Alright, that's working. And War Life, cool. Alright. I've played Sims 2 and own newer ones, but didn't play. I've never played The Sims. Because I'm a man. Let's have a toxic masculinity theme tonight.
I've never played them either, and I'm not a man, so take that. I think I might have one, actually. I think someone gave it to me, but I never played it.
Okay. So it links out. I need to get the info. And I can paste it in chat. Hey, if the server is full, will it still let me on?
I was thinking that before. I almost asked you.
Oh no, that is a website. How does that work? Yeah, okay. I'm an admin, so will it still let me on? Huh. Hello, I'm not regular or anything, and I'm just stopping by. I liked your persona highlights. Thank you, IT Sparky, or It Sparky. Anyone else procrastinating studying for finals by watching this stream? Oh, good luck with your finals, everyone who's going through that. I'm sorry. It's always bad. Really stressful. I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore. I'm glad I have to work on gigantic Witcher Dark Fantasy videos instead. Do 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 do. Yeah. So how many people are we up to now? We are. Is that full? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's showing 29 people on here right now, but maybe it just doesn't show the whole thing. Type list. There are 29 out of max 50 players online. All right, cool. So we didn't fill up instantly this time. All right. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so let's make chat bigger. You don't want anyone to think you have a small chat, right, Lily?
No, it really matters.
And we don't need
And then that way I don't have to look across the room either and try to read it off the other monitor.
And we don't need
And then that way I don't have to look across the room either and try to read it off the other monitor.
Is there an echo? Is there an echo? How is there an echo? The stream's muted. How is there an echo? The stream's muted. Test. Test. Okay, now I've closed the stream. Okay, that fixed it. Weird. Why? Like, the stream's muted.
It knows.
It knows. That's weird. Well, I like to see the stream, so we're gonna risk the echo again. Test. Okay, we're good. It's because of the wall.
Whew. That was a close one.
That was a close one. Okay, so no, we don't have to have a thing today. We don't have to have a Word file open because all our questions are now on Discord. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 questions to get through tonight, and some of them are fairly short. So I think we should be able to get done tonight for sure. And if, as long as there's not something horrible that happens. All right, so let's get that over there. Next question. So the questions left to ask tonight are from Xylem, Bully Hunter 77, Lord Zarkon, Lucid, Dragon 555, Nightingale, Top Lolly, Andres or Andres?
I'd say Andres, but I could be wrong.
Smell of the Rain. And then there's just a message from Shy at the end. So those are it. I read them before. I don't... Is Bully Hunter 77 here? I don't fully understand Bully Hunter 77 question. I mean, I think I do, but if Bully Hunter 77 is here, I would ask for some clarification on your question when we get to it. And you're number 2, so we'll see. Okay, but before we get into that, let us do a tour of the Soiva. Oh, what the fuck?
The stream froze.
No, it's because I'm all tabbed out.
Oh, okay.
Hose, welcome everyone. Ayaya, ayaya. I love you, chat. Aw. Here's Softlump, Electrum, Oppressed Gamer, Chewy, Net Dimension, and we're in Lucid Memer's bunker. This is where I logged out. So Lucid hates the Leon meme, and every time I log into the game, I hide a signpost in his base somewhere, and I just put in like 11037, or I just put in like Leon, and I just hide these signposts all over his base. And let's see if he's found my most recent ones. Nope, I hid them under here. You can't even see them without moving the chest. This one says wait, and this one says Leon right here. What the fuck? I think I saw that before. There was a map that I had. And I hid another one in his pool. Let's see if you found the one in his pool. Don't tell him. Nope, he didn't find it. Uh-oh, that doesn't seem right. Okay, there we go. All right. How do you even begin to make something like this? How do you like build something underwater and get all the water out? How does that work? Huh. I want confirmation on this before anything. When did you begin dating Lily? My bad if it is too personal. You can answer this one, Lily.
As if that's too personal.
Yeah.
Given everything else we've overshared. We started dating when I had just turned 18. It was the summer of 2004.
Good save. Good save.
Like literally like a week after my birthday. Like literally. We had just graduated from high school. We were about to start university. But we were friends pretty good friends probably for about half a year before that.
Okay, so I saw this map before. Does this mean if we go from here all the way down here, did someone make a giant flat pickle? We can go see it because I went and tried to find it and I couldn't see it.
No pickup lines.
Okay, so maybe we can follow whatever this line is in the sky all the way over there. Don't tell me. No one teleport me. You know, without my consent. I wanna look around. Okay, so when I was last here, I saw the big penis with the piss stream. I saw the shaft. Someone has made some like really cool tree forts over there. I saw the Nagito, but I didn't see the giant Morgana. That's new.
A lot of sirens. Something big's going down in Monkey Town.
What was it last time you said? What did the taxi driver say? Something violent must have happened?
Something violent must have happened. There's too many police cars.
Is it lapis donations or lapis donations? I gave some last time. Kimi Enchanting Table Chan. A monument to the lack of chat noir. I wish I had banned him, Waskies. He got banned, lol, what an asshole. I banned him, Lamayo Lucid. What is this music? Feel free to play a song. Records are on top of the thingy, whatever. What the fuck? Yellow tiles are electrified. I left this one. I didn't realize it was music. Dance floor Chan? Oh my god. Alright, first of all, I need to dump some shit on my inventory. Alright, oh my god. Alright, is there any empty chest? I am blushy crushy for Joe. Tuplil? Please update Windows. Please update Windows. Please update Windows. The Windows update. Yep. I keep restarting and it keeps not updating. Alright, where's the sheep fucker machine? Is that still here? Oh, here it is. Alright, I don't know if this will run. Alright, here's the sheep fucking machine. Me when Joe streams. Alright, manual. Okay, is the lever gone? Did you guys break the sheep fucking machine?
We're being raided.
On, off.
The perfect timing.
It's fixed now? It was disabled for server lag? Okay. Alright, so basically it's just the sheep is stuck on the boat and that white thing just keeps going in and out of it. And I don't know why someone made this, but it was really important that they showed it off to me. Maybe someone can get it running and then we'll show it next time that we're here. Is this ice?
How Welsh.
How exactly? How Welsh. Also, someone gave me a cloak and iron boots with feather falling. Saved by Yun Mashka. Okay. So I saved the world server before this, about, I think, an hour or two ago. I would appreciate it if we didn't have to re-roll the server back, if we don't have to, but if we have to, we have to. So, I don't know, like, behave if you can, everybody.
Thanks, Joe. I asked because you admitted in an earlier Q&A that you tried Katawa Shujo for a while, which released in 2012.
So I don't understand the significance. So ink sac, gold nugget, diamond boots Chan, rotten flesh. All right, let's just make some room. Arrows. I think I played it for maybe 30 minutes, and I was like, this isn't for me. Leather. I don't know how I got that.
Is Disco Elysium stream on Tuesday going to be a 3-hour Ayaya video?
Exactly. You just spoiled it. You just spoiled it. Alright, let's get rid of these sticks.
Maybe you met Lily after, or he felt betrayed for his waifu?
I don't think I played it when it first came out.
We've been together a long time by then. We were engaged that year, actually.
So there's Nagito. Let's go look at Morgana. Whose pants are on fire.
No, not beginning common law. We were living together way before that. Deep lore.
What are these? Liar, liar, pants on fire. His eyes are on fire too.
Common law here is you have to live together for a year, and then you can file.
What is this? I went through one of these before. This is a giant one. Are we going to Mementos? Oh, we're here. We're on Mementos. Trading post.
Hey Joe, how are you? Opinions if the Minecraft server was a good idea?
I think it was a good idea. I don't know if it's going to be a good idea long term, but it seems like people enjoy it. I think it'll settle down a bit and it'll just become something that if anyone in the community wants to... Why are you all following me? If anyone wants to like play Minecraft, then we have a server for our community, But yeah, I think it's okay. Okay, I'm going back. All right, don't go in there. There's like weird zombies. Oh, they're coming out.
The nether is useful because movement in the nether is multiplied 8-fold in reality. For example, if you move 100 blocks in the nether and build a portal, the portal will appear 800 blocks from where you entered. I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
I don't get that. Yeah, I think I have to feel that out. I don't get that. Oh, someone made a skull. Oh, look at this thing. Look at this skull. I think Lucy's making the pout over there. It's a skull. Softlim's base supply slime supply. Oh, I've been here before. I don't remember it looking like a skull though. By the power of Gray Skull. Slime. Slime supply. Take what you need. Farms. Alright, I'm taking some slime. I have a slime ball. I don't know what it's for. But we have a slime ball. Do. Oh, damn. Softlim's been like hard at work. Are these llamas? Damn, I don't know what any of this means.
Is the server full?
Nope. There's still 23 slots. Slots for thoughts. Tree garden, tree farm. Oh, where are we going? Oh, this is nice. I can fly, by the way. Someone taught me how to fly.
City A is 10,000 blocks away from City B. Someone who walks from City A to City B will have to walk 10,000 blocks. If he enters another portal in City A and walks to the nether portal whose real-world side is in City B, he will have walked 10,000 over 8 equals, or divided by 8 equals 1,250 blocks.
Oh, okay. So that's not not a place. It's like I understand. Okay, so it's a realm that's linked with. Okay, I think I understand it a little bit better. All right. So this got different. Then what is the server info, Joe? Please, people I think should be posting it in chat. I can post it again in chat, sure. 1 second. Sorry, usually someone in chat does it. There you go. Oh yeah, I want to see the giant pickle. Okay, so we're going over here, and we're gonna land softly on this. What the fuck? What? Someone made the profile picture and a fucking battleship. Are they making the SS on? What the fuck is that? Alright, where are we going? Let's see if we can find the pickle. Okay, here we go. You never see it coming. What are these blocks? Is there a button that I can push to like inspect the block without breaking it?
Lily, is it weird to see such fascination about a goober you live with?
Just everyone's just caught up with you, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about me now. It's not about him anymore. He's last week.
No fucking way. No fucking way. Who did this?
Soon someone will be asking him the same thing about me.
No fucking way. It was in the sky. I came here looking for it last time I was on. I couldn't see it because I was on the ground. No fucking way. They made it in the sky? No fucking way. Who the fuck did... Who the fuck did this? What? Is that... Oh, okay.
It's a car alarm.
I thought it was a car alarm in the game.
I thought it was more sirens.
Oppressed Gamer did it with Nye and Nep giving materials. God damn.
Lily's stream, it's half a Lily stream.
It's half a Lily stream, yeah.
If we have a interruption or something, then it'll be a 10-minute Lily stream.
Let's see. Can I throw the pearl and land up there? Let's see.
I just wanted to stop by and say hello. I enjoy your stuff on YouTube, but have never been to a stream. And
I
think they're Canadian. The Canadian Wi-Fi.
Okay, we're good. The Canadian Wi-Fi. Welcome, Canadian Wi-Fi. Our streams are very, very different. So, if you appreciate the tone of the videos, you might not want to get that shattered from how the streams can be. We're a lot more calm and relaxed and laid back on the streams. Let's put it this way. Let's put it that way, to put it lightly.
Will we ever have a Lily stream? Maybe one day. Who knows? There was that one Christmas that it was kind of a Lily stream.
Kinda, yeah.
So if Joe takes too long to wrap his presents again this year, then maybe you'll have a Lily stream. Who knows, right?
Why does the cursor change color when I mouse over something? Is it so the contrast so you can see it better? It kind of looks like it's masking something.
Hey Joe, do you think you'd ever play Outer Wilds on stream? It's my game of the year, and I think you'd probably like it.
In 2020 for sure, yeah. We're going to play Outer Wilds on stream, yeah. We're going to play Disco Elysium on Tuesday, but we're not going to finish it on stream unless it goes off like gangbusters. I cannot see us finishing that game on stream. I think we're just going to play it for a couple streams, maybe only one stream. And we'll kill the meme, and then that'll be it. I can't believe someone made this. I can't... Here's the journey I had. Like, I got a map, right? And I was like... What the fuck? So I came all the way from... I can't believe this exists. I came from all the way from the central base, southeast, thinking that it was like on the ground, and I didn't look up and I didn't see it. So like holy shit, I thought someone just like superimposed it on the map somehow. I can't believe this exists. I can't believe this exists. Here's the Waifu Chronicles, by the way. Chiaki is best girl.
That's it.
That's it. That's the Waifu Chronicles. Needs a sequel, right? Needs a sequel. Firework rocket flight duration. All right. So where are we going now? Let's go see the profile pic thing. And what's this? This looks really complicated.
I just came in to say thank you for your content. You are amazing. With love from Russia.
Oh, thank you. Who said that?
Grim Rickster.
Grim Rickster. Thank you, Grim Rickster. I hope Russia is treating you well, and it's not too cold. Constructed by Flexum, aka Flexen, based on art by Merrick Bentuzzi. The sip cup. The sip cup. Wow. Let's go look at it from below.
You guys should do a co-op game together.
We should play Stardew, yeah.
Yeah, maybe one day.
You guys have made so much. Holy, there's a hot air balloon over there. How have some of you made this much? It's crazy. Oh no, I'm getting encased in ice.
Hey Joe, thank you so much for the Minecraft server. It's been really amazing chatting with people on it.
Has it been like by the way, I really like this design of PathChan. So that it's not perfectly straight. It has this kind of, I don't know, it's diagonal.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the beginning of PathChan and we can walk the path of PathChan. Has it been sort of like the Discord server made real? Lots of memes, lots of regulars from there in it. Who would want a 100% straight PathChan? Exactly. Exactly. Do 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 do.
Basically, yeah, only way it would get realer is if you made a VR chat server.
What are those like? Maybe we should try that one day. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Kind of lagged out a little bit. Seems a lot more stable in 1.5. Alright, so this is PathChan. I believe PathChan originated from up here somewhere. And I don't know who made PathChan. Hajime, there's not a dill reason why I'm here. Megaya, Nate Yuck, and HH Shark 10's treehouse. Oh, nice treehouse. One of you built like is this the gigantic treehouse? So one of you built like a huge treehouse. I really like the bendy trees too.
It's on fire.
Some parts of this that are on fire for decoration.
Oh.
Is that the Monster Energy balloon?
Annie's here. Hey Annie.
Hey Annie, how's it going?
We're good. The kids are good. How have you been? It's been a long time.
Let's eat some bread. What are these? Monster... you guys have been having a lot of fun, haven't you? Holy shit. Holy shit.
Hey, yeah, been a while. I've been sleeping early because of work. My first Q&A stream in months. Well, it's good to have you back.
Hope everything's well, Annie.
Hope work's going well.
Drink Monster Energy before entering Monster Balloon. Peter, look out. Damn, I need to drink some Monster Energy. I don't want to be I want to break the rules. Nectar of the Gods. Nectar of the Gods.
You played the Half-Life games?
Yes, I have. Yep. We're probably gonna do a New Year's stream, and I'm wondering what we should play for New Year's. It used to be an old tradition of mine was to play through Half-Life 1, and I'm wondering if maybe we should do Half-Life 1 and try and run through it as fast as possible. I haven't played that in quite a while, but I was also like, what did we do last year?
I don't think we did one last year.
The year before, maybe we didn't do one last year. The year before we did Getting Over It. Whoa, the music just kicked in. I don't know if we did one last year. So if we do it in the same vein as Getting Over It, I thought maybe we could play Jump King. Because Jump King is like Getting Over It, and you know how much I know how much you love that game, Lily, right? So we could play Jump King. I don't know.
It's okay, I can drink this year. That'll be me. You do you.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll be more tolerable if
you can
I
drink
can't
this
see
shit?
everything.
Wow, Lily not pregnant confirmed.
Yeah, not pregnant.
Lily not pregnant confirmed.
There hasn't been a whole lot of these New Year's recently. Yeah, it'll be Kate's first Christmas.
Alright, we will start answering the questions soon. I just want to go around and see what everyone made. What the fuck is that in the sky?
With all the others, I was always pregnant for Christmas.
Who taught me how to fly? Because thank you for that, because that is just like so much better to get around. What the fuck is this? Someone's making a big boat in the sky? Have you seen the game Superliminal? It has a pretty good perspective concept. Yeah, I saw it. It looks really good. I think Shami was playing it too. I should ask Shami if it's good or not.
I hope your guys' move went well and everything has all settled down. Last I remember, it was a bit of a mess.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's settled, but now we want to move again. But we won't for a while. Alright, so that's another nether portal. Interesting. Alright. Wow, someone was busy here. Whose area is this? Alright, so this is what I've been doing when I come in. I leave signs that says Joe was here, so people know Joe was here. Someone's making a ladder to the sky. The durability of my wings. There you go.
Try using your Elytra. They're fun. Or Elytra.
Isn't that what I'm doing when I'm hovering? Who's making this? Holy shit.
Or did you leave that sign in my Swedish embassy? I'm sorry for breaking it.
Yeah, if there was a Joe was here sign, I'm the one who left it. You can break it. It's fine. It's just like a little message telling people, "Hey, I saw what you made."
We'd love to go back to Toronto, but honestly, anywhere around Toronto even.
Have you thought about the effect of moving often on the kids? My parents moved every year, and the fact that I never had any friends has permanently fucked my life up. I had the same experience, actually. I moved almost every year, sometimes multiple times a year. I went to multiple schools and everything. Yeah, we don't want to move often, but I think we said we have like an expiry date on when we can move. That so when Finn is a certain age, I can't remember what age we agreed on what it would be, but like we can't move after that because I don't want to do it to him. Unless, of course, like there was no other option, like we, for whatever reason, we had to move, you know? Like, this thing is huge. I don't think it fucked me up though. I think that I got some amount of benefit from it actually, but like I have nothing to compare it to, right? So I have no idea if my life would have been better if we hadn't moved around so much. But I feel like it gave me a better perspective on things.
Well, I never really moved in.
Why you want to move again? Did you develop the need for moving following your childhood? No, it's ever since I've been out on my own, we haven't really moved all that often. It's nothing to do with that. We don't like Moncton for many reasons that we've already gone into on stream before. We can repeat some of them if you want. It's just the big one is that we find it really hard to get anything done here. And people are more laid back, but I don't think it's that. It's just people are just they don't. Okay, so I don't know if this is accurate, but this is how it feels. People in Toronto, or I assume in most big cities, they take their jobs more seriously, but they're also kind of dead inside. Whereas people in Moncton aren't dead inside, but they don't take their job seriously that much at all. So so I don't know what's better, you know.
Maybe better for them and not better for anybody else.
But it's like you go to a place here, and you know you'll get service that is friendlier, but you're gonna have incompetent service. Whereas everyone's been kind of like, what the fuck is this? Has been kind of like beaten into like serving their purpose more than anything in Toronto, and I don't like that. I'm not happy that the fact that the people in Toronto seem to be more miserable. Like that's not what we want to go back to. You know, the problem is that when it comes to getting anything done here, it has just been pulling teeth for everything. Like the only thing that has gotten the only issue that we had problem with that was resolved quickly was when we had a pipe burst in the ceiling a couple weeks after we moved in. Mm-hmm. Right, a pipe burst in the ceiling while the kids were in the shower actually, and I had to go like turn the water off and get an emergency plumber here to fix it, and that happened. That was the only thing that's ever been resolved right away. Everything else is like, okay, we want to get a contractor in to spray some protective layer in the attic because there might be mold that's growing in there. Okay, so let's call, and it's just like that took months of just like, hey,
the electricians who said they were coming on Friday and they just never showed up.
Never showed up. Yeah, it's like, hey, can you answer your phone? They just don't answer your phone. You call multiple times, they finally answer their phone. Hey, can we make an appointment? Okay, we make the appointment. Here's the appointment. They never call back. They never show up. Okay, we call them again, and they even say, oh wow, that wasn't very professional. Sorry about that, and then they just don't show up again. So anything like that, you know, like there's been multiple times where something like that has happened. You know, we still haven't got a doctor. We have no doctors here. But the big one was
and
having
even
Kate.
The doctors for Kate, like.
Yeah, having
like
Kate.
The night I went in there and I was in labor. I was in early labor, so I wasn't like about to have a baby labor. I was in like the very early stages. But when it's like your second or third or fourth baby, it can happen really fast. And I don't drive, so they were like, "Oh, you're taking a taxi." Well, we could push things along and get this baby out, or we could let you go home and just hope for the best. So they took a vote. The doctor went and asked the nurses if they were too busy tonight to have a baby or not. And they took a vote. And then they came back and said to me, okay, the nurses decided that, we won the vote, so you can stay.
And if you had gone home,
I would have had her in the parking lot.
I would have delivered the baby.
Yeah, she came so fast after that.
This is how fucking ridiculous. Stupid they were.
She was here in 2 hours after my water broke.
I would have delivered that baby if you had gone home.
So they took
if they had voted the other way.
So go figure on that one. And the nurses told me I was lucky to have that doctor because most of the doctors don't even show up, and the nurses deliver the babies in the hospital. So go figure that one too. So that was a good experience, but that was kind of a scary experience that I kind of lucked out. I think that it went as well as it did, right? Like
personal Minecraft space top lolly. Yeah, just and then
with Kate,
the horrible experience with doctors after that, which I'm not sure if you told that story. I don't really want to tell that story because that's actually a very specific story, mm-hmm. and there are some people that live in Moncton, I think. somewhere but like that is such a specific story that might end up doxing us what happened with the baby afterwards. Let's just say that we were told that there might have been something wrong with Kate, like a very, very serious abnormality, like incredibly serious after she was born. It turned out it was completely fine. There was nothing wrong with it. It was just something that was presenting in a different way. Like she was completely fine. But the doctor that examined her didn't know that it wasn't his specialty.
Yeah, specialty.
What is it? What is it?
She needed to see like a...
What is it when you focus on something in the medical...
Specialty.
No, it's not specialty, isn't it?
You're specialized. He was just a general practitioner,
Isn't
and
it
we
a
needed
different
to
word?
see someone who specialized in...
Specialization, isn't it? When House says, I have a something in infectious diseases, does he say specialization, or does he say... I'm trying to think of like the documentary House. Anyway, so I thought there was like a specific word for it. We took her to a pediatrician who took one look at Kate and was like, oh yeah, this is fine, don't worry about it. Like she was like, I understand why the other doctor said that. Like he wasn't wrong to be concerned, but yeah, she's fine, don't worry about it, it's fine. Like I'm like, oh, okay, but that doctor made it sound like the end of the world, like, and then it turned into this big thing where I kept calling that doctor because we really needed this appointment because he made it sound so dire, the situation, and then he wouldn't be answering his phone, and then the office was like the doctor's office was
waiting on results from a test too, and then how are we going to get the results if we can't get in touch with the doctor?
The doctor's office wasn't answering their phone even when they were open because we had to go and see them to get a referral, and the doctor's office is open for like 8 hours, but the phones are only open for fucking 45 minutes, and they don't answer the phone in those 45 minutes either. It's not an exaggeration either.
And they don't have answering services here.
So
almost everybody I've called has said, call back during these hours. They do not have an answering service. They will not call you back.
So yeah, so I just went to the doctor's office and it turned into this huge fucking fight. Yeah, so like just stuff like that. Like I just want to go. Like it's I don't feel like anyone takes things seriously here, and maybe that's good if you're used to it, or if you get used to it, if you stay here for long enough. But I feel like it's not for us. Not for us.
Especially when you're dealing with your children too. You don't want, you're putting them at risk then because you decided to stay.
What is this? This looks weird in a good way. So where'd you move to next then? We don't know. It's a lot to do with money and where we can afford to go and distance as well. Lily and I want to learn how to drive. I've been afraid to learn how to drive because of my sleep disorder, but I think it's time that I just try it and see how it goes. But yeah, so we want to learn how to drive, and then we'll see how what our options are after that. We might have to move within Moncton first, because we need a bigger place. We're really cramped in here with the 3 kids, so we need a bigger place, and maybe we'd move back to Toronto, but I don't know. But I think like we're mostly looking at like Ottawa, right?
I'm looking pretty much anywhere in Ontario between Niagara Falls, you know, and that's pretty much as far as you can go without going into New York, right? So from Niagara Falls all the way to Ottawa, because then you go into Quebec, and I don't like Quebec's homeschooling laws. So Quebec kind of I was hoping for Quebec, and then that's kind of off the table. Even if we did learn our way around French, like they require you to be bilingual in both languages according to their school systems, and I don't speak French, so how am I going to teach them that in order for them to pass the testing? So that's kind of out. But yeah, anywhere in Ontario. I even looked at Sudbury. Like I've looked in so many different places, going even quite far north. But yeah, not yet. We can't go yet, but I don't know.
Hey.
Maybe we'll learn to drive here, at least in the meantime. It's easier to learn how to drive here than it is to learn in Ontario. But the driving here scares me, and that's maybe why.
This looks pretty, doesn't it?
It's very pretty.
Look at all this.
Christmassy with all the lights, huh?
Who did this? Wow.
Montreal, just because of the whole Quebec homeschooling thing, it's not going to work for us. If we didn't have kids, we could go. Or if we were going to enroll them in their school system, we could go. But if we want to do things how we want to do them, then it's not going to work for us, unfortunately. We would even go further west, but we're scared we're going to run into the same problems. You know, like if we say we go to Calgary or Vancouver, it was more expensive. But like again, even if we went somewhere in BC or Manitoba or wherever, like, how do we know it's not going to be like here, you know? And I assume Nova Scotia is going to be the same as here. What?
I really can watch live streams, but I follow VODs and enjoy those really much. Thank you, and really so much. Good luck with everything you do. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Carino.
Carino. Hopefully that's correct, somewhat correct. Joe was.
Yeah, BC's very expensive.
Here.
Fun fact, New Brunswick drivers are the worst in Canada, but at least the roads are less packed. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we know.
That's partly why I don't want to learn
Yeah,
here,
that's oh shit, I just break something? Yeah, we know. I've never seen so many car accidents.
My understanding is you study for the test, you take the written test, then you do with the driving school. You can, in 8 months, you can take your road test. You take your road test. You pass your road test. You can drive on the streets.
What are you going to do now?
With all the other drivers.
What are you going to do?
And then, so long as you don't have an accident or lose points or whatever in the next year, you just upgrade your license, to the next full license. Whereas in Toronto, we would have to take a highway road test to prove that you know how to drive on the highway. Here, they just let you go. So that's what I mean by saying it's easier to do it here. There's actually one less test. And it makes me wonder about if that's why the drivers here are having so much more trouble with it, is because there's no final test. I did a face reveal on, what stream was that?
Hat in Time. Yeah.
But it's not my best look. So if you do watch it, just give me a little bit of,
Here lies a hill house.
Not my best look. I have a friend who lives in Quebec and hates it. He said that a ton of people just won't respond unless you speak to them in French. Yeah, I've heard some places are like that. But in Quebec City and Montreal, there's pockets that are supposed to be very Anglo, so...
Thoughts on the profile picture? I spent way too much time on it despite not being finished. Sure. I really like it. It's really impressive. Like, okay, here's the thing. I want to be like, holy shit, you guys, this is so impressive. I really like it. But at the same time, I don't want to encourage mega building projects. I don't want to be responsible for that kind of evil. Like if you have the time and you want to do it, you go for it. But like, I don't want to like put any pressure on anybody. Like it looks really good. It looks really good.
Well, I started learning to drive in Toronto, so I just never finished it. So I've driven like in rush hour and stuff before, and that's why I see them driving here, and it's worse than what I remember driving with them in rush hour. Like I would feel more comfortable in Toronto rush hour than I would feel driving here, to be honest. But with kids now, I really feel like one of us needs to know how to drive, and it's not as accessible here as it was in Toronto. In Toronto, your bus stop was right outside your door pretty much, and you connected to a subway, and you could go all over Toronto in the matter of a couple hours. You were good to go if you didn't drive. Here, not so much. And here again, maybe we'll find a doctor half an hour drive away or something, but while we're walking everywhere, we're not able to go that far. No, we don't speak French, unfortunately.
What the fuck is that? Yeah, I saw your thing flexing. The mug. It looks, it's really good. We flew over it earlier, and we landed there and checked it out.
I can set up a free DNS redirect that lets you just call the server at joesminecraft.something.com. Would probably just set it up and DM you the account credentials, but probably unwise to do that without telling you first.
It's okay the way it is right now. It's okay. It's fine. Thank you for the offer, but it's okay.
Do you guys speak anything other than English? No, we do not.
We barely speak English.
Words that you can maybe string together that the other person will laughingly get an idea of what you want to say, but that's about it. And maybe you can understand a tiny bit of what they're actually saying. But even then, it's been so long now since I've heard any other language. Maybe not anymore.
Item hopper? What's an item hopper? I'm from Montreal and you don't really need French here. I've heard that about Montreal, yeah. There's a YouTuber named Lampoot, and he lives in Montreal, I believe, or at least he lives in Quebec. Oh shit, does he live in Montreal? That's gonna be bad if I got it wrong. And I messaged him when we were thinking about it, and I asked him, and he said no, it's pretty much split, but there are some areas where you want to learn French.
Yeah, I took French in high school too. We took it until grade 10. And I took Spanish, but now because I was learning both of them kind of around the same time, I kind of blend them together and I have my own little Franish, like it's kind of both. And if I heard something, I could probably get an idea, but I can't speak it. And the same for Greek and stuff. My family spoke it and I could understand part of it, and I can swear in it, but other than that, I can't hold a conversation.
Is Quebec or Quebec? I think it's Quebec, but it depends. Is it poutine or poutine?
I think they say it one way, and English-speaking people say it.
Trans rights, baby.
I always said Quebec, like Queen, but I think they say Quebec.
Quebec? Maybe they do.
I think the French way is Quebec. Yeah, we do have our old area codes, but a lot of people have answered, and there's been no issue, so I didn't think that would be a part of it.
Yeah, that's not at all.
How did we meet? We met in high school.
Joseph is a weeb. Joe is a one-eyed monster.
It's okay, Lily. I also can't speak English. Yes, Falzar, but you speak something else, don't you? So that doesn't count.
The Carrot Farm. Lily and I were friends first, so let me tell you guys, it's possible to get out of the friend zone.
It is possible.
It's possible. Let's just encourage toxic behavior. I actually think that if you're friends with a girl and it becomes a relationship, naturally later on, then okay, that's fine. But if you're friends with a girl and you're like pining at, or if you're a girl and you're friends with a guy, it doesn't have to be like from guy to girl. What? There's music. It doesn't have to be from guy to girl. Like if you're pining after somebody and you're like stuck in the friend zone, just move the fuck on. Just immediately. Don't. It's not worth it. Just move the fuck on.
You can't be in the friend zone if you have no friends.
That's true.
Aw. It's okay, Windmill. Who confessed to who?
I'm friends with you, a Windmill. I'm friends with you. I don't know who confessed to. I don't remember. Apparently, and Lily says this. Apparently, so I used to walk Lily home after school, and you'd be like, "Okay, see you tomorrow. Give me a hug." And I would give her a hug, and apparently, every time I gave her a hug, I was accidentally groping her boobs from the side. So then she didn't say anything, and apparently, she told me later she was like, "I kind of liked it," and I was like, "Oh, okay, well, totally fucking accidental. I swear to God, accidental." So
you told me first that you wanted to be more than friends, and I was like, and then because you were doing that all the time, I was like, well, that kind of proves what I thought. That maybe, and I thought you were doing it on purpose.
I wasn't doing it on purpose.
I thought it was intentional. I thought it just confirmed what you had verbally said, but you were doing it before you said it, so yeah.
I was touching some boobs without even knowing. What the fuck is this over here?
Like accidental, right? Like, can you actually accidentally feel someone up and not really know?
Okay, did anyone...
I'm not flat.
No, not at all. Did anyone make something like? Is anyone just living in the wilderness? Like they just hiked like a million miles away and said, "Fuck that starting point. I'm just making something over here." Like if I fly far enough, will I find something?
Well, if you're in the friend zone, you just grip some breasts and you kind of feel out the situation.
Your circle is completed. I have marked important points with torches. One layer of circle inscribed in 48 by 48 block space needs 188 blocks. Always happy to help out. Fabulator K out. Joe also happy to help. There we go.
You're just as bad as Joe. I know. This is why our relationship works. That sounds like harassment, Lily. It's not harassment if I keep letting him do it over and over again, right?
I really wasn't doing it on purpose. I swear to God, I wouldn't lie about this. Like if it like I was a dumb kid, so I would admit to doing something really stupid like that, even though like when you're not a dumb kid, that's really fucking like creepy. But no, I really wasn't doing it.
Slide his arms, like hands, and then into the arms. He like to wrap his arms around me, and he would just kind of like graze from the sides, like very slowly.
I don't. It's not even confirmed if I was even doing it. Maybe it was just all in your head,
all in my head.
On your head.
It's crazy even then.
Yeah, all in your head. I feel like there was something I wanted to see. Where's Joe's Weeaboo bunker? I remember seeing that. Where's the Joe Weeaboo bunker? What the fuck is this?
How long did the hugs last for? Are you still doing that? No.
Ooh.
Now he just does it.
Now it goes from boob grab into the hug.
Yeah.
It goes like that way. Our services here are offered free of charge. All right. Are you role playing as an NPC, Electrum?
Every Q&A stream we learn more and more about how much of a Chad high school Joe was.
My God.
I know.
Optional donation box. All right, what should we give the optional donation box? Let's give a glass bottle, some chorus fruit, some obsidian. Should we let go of the Waifu Chronicles? Here's a slime ball from Soft Lump Slime Supply. And some sticks. All right. Monster Energy. Oh man, so much Monster Energy. Shit grenade, piss grenade. Oh my God, you guys! Holy shit! Holy shit! The Monster Energy store ready for business. Holy shit. Where is Joe's Weeaboo bunker? Does anyone remember? I found it accidentally when I was there, and I don't think it was fully done yet.
Did you guys wait until marriage? Do you want to tell him?
Tell him what?
That we're not married.
We're not married, yeah. We're common law married. We didn't wait for that, no. You're crossing my bridge already, but we just met. Say hi to Deforestation Chan. Is this like Path Chan's
in the area where the penis is, there's a hole in the ground. I never thought I'd say.
Is that where it is? I feel like I could use my powers for evil here. I could tell chat to build something on a Minecraft server and they'll build it. What should we do? Okay, is this it? No. I didn't think it was over here. Is it over here? Leon. Enter with caution.
Not literally in the penis, but the area around it.
Oh no, we just got sheeped. Oh no, or chicken. We just got chickened. Oh no. Eat some breed.
If you don't mind saying, are you not married because you don't want the legal stuff with it? Feel free not to say it. We kind of already have the legal stuff being common law. There's not too much that's different from signing the papers. And we probably will sign the papers at some point.
We just couldn't afford it.
Never could afford to do it nicely.
We could
like
afford it now,
properly.
but we couldn't afford it for a long time. Snowman
We never
Chan.
had the ID to do it. The ID costs money to get, and then you have to pay for the certificate and all that stuff. You have to go and go to City Hall or be before someone to actually marry you, and you need witnesses and like just all this crap that kind of went with it.
What about one stream builds tasks in the building center over the course of one Q&A? Yeah, we should have had something prepared, but I'm still a noob when it comes to Minecraft, so I don't know what's possible or not.
I just finished scanning 5 hours of ad time stream, though. You look nothing like I imagined. Yeah, probably. I don't really look like that now again either. My hair's darker now. I was blonder then.
I want to see you build a house. I can't. Not in this. We're actually supposed to be answering questions right now, and we're going to be starting on that very soon. I just want to find Joe's Weeaboo bunker.
Since they are not married, they're probably both probably virgins.
Newly renovated. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Although, what even is a virgin, right?
Well, it doesn't involve having kids because we had a couple of them. Too busy having kids to get married. Maybe when we stop having kids, we'll get married.
Okay, was it around Path-chan?
Not in a bad way. You and Joe have voices that don't match your faces at all.
It's on the white pink platform that has a wood roof. Okay, I don't... Okay, if someone knows where it is, a mod, can you teleport me to you? You know how to do that, right?
Real Chad would know how to pull out after the first kid. Well, we were together like 10 years before
it's
the first kid.
It's near the penis.
So.
White pink
it's not like we had a kid
roof.
for every year. That would be something.
Joe's Evil Wee Blair. Okay, here it is. Here it is. This is it. Joe's Evil Wee Blair. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready for this? All right, here we go. Joe's Evil Wee Blair. Thank you for... Who teleported me? Oh, here we go. Oh, no, we're dead.
Harper's
Psych.
Here. Oh, no.
Psych. All right, here we go. Joe is here.
Harper wants to know if you have sex with a real doll, are you still a virgin if someone else is holding the doll in place for you?
The ultimate secret. All right.
I'm going to say you're still a virgin.
Here we go.
That's my answer.
The ultimate secret. Joseph Anderson is a man of culture, perseverance, ambition, respect, intelligence, compassion, and last but not least, a weeb.
With a capital W.
But every man has his secrets, including Dear Joe. What is this grave secret that he vowed to never tell anyone? It's a simple yet grave one. He believes that Junko is best girl.
Wow. What do you mean stop making kids? Aren't you done yet? We haven't decided yet. We might go one more time, but we might not. We'll see.
We can sleep in this bed. I'm sleeping in front of everybody. Here we go. Are they all going to be here when I get up?
Just staring.
This is kind of creepy, actually. Look at all the people. It's like the beginning of Bloodborne with all those little baby things that come over.
But you're just sleeping, right? You're not doing anything you shouldn't be doing.
Just sleeping, yeah. If you want to get out, kindly kill yourself.
Have I cosplayed as Chibi? Not yet. But I do intend to. Just been too busy having a baby and...
Way out. Alright, that's it. Alright, so is there anything else anyone would like me to see that I've missed somewhere? If you'd like me to go somewhere, you made something and you want me to... Lord Knight's Closet. Nice. Just be yourself, Lord Knight. Come out of the closet. Is there anything anyone would like me to see? And
shit, Joe, I can't believe you possibly managed to get lit a 4th time. Actually, 5th time because of the other baby.
Yeah.
It would be a whole hand this time.
I really like this design, Zokon. Oh, that's so nice, Zokon.
Haltfire says, I mean, not super important, but I have bees.
You have I saw a bee somewhere. How tall are we both? I'm 6 foot even, and Lily is 5'5"
and a half.
5'5" and a half. We can round that up to
half.
We can round that up to 5'6".
pretty average for a girl.
Gamer tree, gamers rise up, protect tree, holy tree, big tree now, tree 2, gamer girl bathwater, gamers rise up, girl gamer free hugs and high fives, gamer girl bathwater here, shaft.
Lily's voice made me think she had long, straight, jet black hair. Don't know why. Almost. My hair is like as dark as you can get without being black, so that's my natural color. In the video, I had it dyed, and I have it dyed again. So
here's the beginning. Path Chan, you want me to lay down for you? We do have a fully endorsed Path Chan. Thank you very much for your time. Have an excellent day. Osin's House is an independent venture and has no association. Furthermore, Osin's House would like to condone fall age with or to Fall House Limited or any of their associates and their behavior. Guys.
Lily, who is the hardest to take care of, Finn or Joe? Leo. Leo is the hardest. Leo is very accident prone. You have to watch him all the time.
Yeah. I'm surprised I haven't gone gray yet with Leo.
Have you seen the Phantom Thieves calling card?
No, I haven't. Where's that? Where's the Phantom Thieves calling card? Wait, I saw something about that. Is it next to the map? This? Is that somewhere in the world because it's on a thing? Or is that just something like a panel someone made? Look at this, man. Look at the map. So if you guys made this, if you guys wanted to show more of the world on the map, would you have to make this bigger? Someone made that like Nagito? Where is it in the world? Give me a direction and I'll go there. Do you like my Swedish embassy? I really do. I really do. Let's go look at that.
Joe, go to the Path Chan Bridge and look for the mystery button near the large pillar.
Here's the Swedish embassy. We're here. I've gone through this a couple times, actually. Coordinates in chat. I don't know what coordinates mean. Sorry.
It's open to everyone.
Path Chan Bridge and look for the mystery button near the large pillar. Path Chan Bridge. Is the server open to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Press F3 to see coordinates. All right, hold on. Let me... Why can't I do this? Is this not a ladder?
Having moved to Canada from the UK, do you feel connected to either place? I moved to Canada at a young age and don't really feel like I could call either place home.
Yeah, I feel like that sometimes too. So my problem is that I definitely don't feel connected to Britain at all, but there are some times where I say things in a certain way and I just remember, oh yeah, I'm British. Sometimes I forget that I'm British. But when I say, yeah, I'm Canadian, Canada is my home, I kind of feel like a fraud, you know, because I just... big one is I don't like hockey. So like, it's like, seriously, it's just like, yeah, it's just kind of... Here's the server. I feel like an imposter. What's this? Map.
How old is Leo? Leo's almost 3. He'll be 3 in February.
I already have that map. Is this a different map?
But he's almost bigger than Finn. So... And they're a year and a half apart, so he's big for his age.
Leo's gigantic. Leo's gigantic. Leo is, I think, within maybe a quarter of an inch of Finn, like in terms of height. Like, it was really hard to tell. I lined them up yesterday, and it was really hard to tell who was taller than who. And Leo is heavier than Finn, so like he's already bigger than him, but he might not be taller than him. Like Leo isn't even 3 yet, and Finn is almost 4.5. So it's. Leo is a big boy. All right, so is it this bridge or this bridge over here? This is the bridge with the mystery button? Oh my god, that's a lot of shit. Press F will hold the map, will hold the other map? What? Are you talking about putting it like dual wielding the maps? It's like I'm holding 2 pickles. Here we go.
He got that from who? I think he probably got it from Joe or somewhere on Joe's side of the family.
What?
Like your size, like his body type. It's
yeah,
not from my
my mom's family, the men are very tall. Like of the men in my mom's family, I'm actually short. So Yeah, like most of them on my mom's side are like 6'2", 6'3". So I'm short at 6 foot even. But the men on my dad's side are shorter. Like I'm much taller than my dad. But the men on my mom's family are very tall and very lanky. They're very thin. Whereas the men on my dad's side are shorter. I think they cap out at around 5'8", something like that. And but they're like fucking solid. Like they're like whoa. Like they're wide guys. So I would say that I'm not as broad as the men on my dad's side, but I'm not as tall as the men on my mom's side. So I'm kind of in between. So I'm broader than the men on my mom's side, but I'm taller than the men on my dad's side. I think. I don't know.
I think so. From what I've seen, anyway. And that's kind of like Leo. Leo's very solid. He's like really good shoulders on him.
Yeah, I'm actually quite a broad person. If you go and see me in the time stream, I actually look a lot more overweight than I actually was back then because it's because I'm sitting down. It's hard to tell. Like I'm quite broad, and I'm also nowhere near as balding as I like. But yeah, I'm not a small person. I'm not like giant Chad or anything either, but I'm not a small person. So yeah, but my mom smoked while she was pregnant with me. So I don't know if that's the reason, but I always blame her for that's why I didn't get those last 2 inches of height from the men on her side of the family. But it's probably because my dad was a little shorter is all. Where am I going, chat, for this button? I think we should probably just move over to the questions and start answering the questions. Hey Joe, the VODs for the Q&A is going to be uploaded in separate parts for each week, or it'll be all the questions for the season in one video. The videos will be as large as I can make them, which is probably going to be not all together in one because there's been too many streams. Oh, good morning, Kate. Do you ever see people from either side of your family anymore? Do they reach out to you? Sorry if it's been invasive. No, it's fine. No, I don't see anyone from my family anymore. No. The only way I could talk to people on my dad's side is if I was still talking to my dad, and I'm not. I tried to connect to my dad after he went back to Britain, and it just didn't work out. And when my mom died, I cut all ties with her side of the family too, because I don't want to get into that, but just the amount of bullshit that happened when my mom died was just like, okay, fuck you guys, I'm done. So yeah, I cut myself off from both sides of the family, and I like to think that it was justified and it's completely the right decision. But I don't know. Like I feel like the person that weighs probability in me looks at that and thinks, okay, what are the chances of both sides of the family being toxic? Like the common denominator here is the common denominator, the commonality here, or whatever it is me, right? It seems like I'm the problem, but I don't think so. I really think it's just I was just unlucky to have two toxic sides of the family, and just like, okay, fuck you guys. So
well, then I'm the problem too, right? So it's the same situation.
Yeah. But yeah, let's not get into that. Okay, so I'm not seeing anywhere to go. Maybe someone can find the steal your heart thing, or maybe I can just fly around as we're answering questions, and I'll try exploring. Fly.
Lily, have you read the Witcher books? Are you excited for the TV show? I read part of one of the books. I don't remember how much I read of it. I read part of it. I didn't get through it. And I'll watch it when it comes out, just out of curiosity. I think it's something I might actually like, but we'll see.
I sent you the Yennefer trailer and you liked it, right?
Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, I think we'll enjoy it. The video's not going to be done before it comes out, so I might watch it and use some of the footage from the TV show to put some stuff for footage, because the TV show is based on the books, so we'll see. Right now, it's not looking good for December release. I think I'm gonna be taking a couple days off for Christmas instead. It's not looking good, but we'll see.
Do you guys have some books to recommend?
We said that last time. I don't have any. I feel like it's not loading. There it is. Okay, why is it taking so long to load? The lag, I guess. We talked about it last stream. The latest books that I read were the Witcher books, and I recommend them. I think they're pretty good. Before that, I read nonfiction books, Sapiens and The Follow-up to Sapiens. is it Homodeus? I think it's Homodeus or Homodeus. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's the same as Deus Ex. It's Homodeus or Homodeus. Is it Deus Ex or Deus Ex? I think it's Deus. So it'd be Homodeus. And those were good. I really enjoyed those. And right now you're reading Hell House, right?
I'm reading Hell House, and I'm really enjoying it. I'm about 60 pages in, so I'm not that far.
Not Hill House.
Not Hell House. Hell.
Hell House. Chances aren't bad, man. My mom's family was fucking terrible with my dad. I only reconnected him about 1 year ago now, and I still have to be cautious around him, so to speak. Sometimes you just draw for a short straw. Though as a lone child, only having one person in your family is kind of tough somehow. I'm glad you had many kids for their sake. Yeah, that's kind of why we're doing it, is that we want to have we don't have a family anymore, so we want to make our own family, and they'll always have somebody, like Finn and Leo could pass for twins, so they're always going to have each other, and the boys love their sister. They love Kate so much. They're crazy about her, so it's really nice. Witcher vid emote? No, I don't think we have a Witcher vid emote. I'm trying to think of a Santa Claus emote that we could do, or a Christmas emote that we could do. Joey read House Leaves? I have read House Leaves. I've talked about it a couple times on stream, actually, yeah. House Leaves is interesting. I'd recommend it cautiously.
No, Lily, you don't say what you're reading before you finish. They could spoil you. I don't care. My memory for stuff like that is pretty shit, so even if I get spoiled, I'll still finish it.
Was there any reveal that pissed you off for the VGAs? I'm so mad at the trailer for the D&D game. It looks like shit. I think the only thing that made me mad throughout the whole VGAs was that their big, oh my god, end of show reveal was Fast and the fucking Furious. It's like, okay, this is not the audience for this, I don't think. Who the fuck cares about that? Here's Fast and the Furious game release. Oh, by the way, Game of the Year Sekiro. It's like, what? Like, what was the best night's sleep you ever had? I can't remember.
But yeah, I am enjoying it anyway.
Some night that I didn't dream, I'm gonna guess. I feel like this isn't loading properly.
And I reread Sharp Objects and Dark Places by Gillian Flynn. And I think I enjoyed Sharp Objects a little bit more the second time around, but I still think it's her weakest of the three.
I remember from some old VODs, some of your books would be released in physical form. Did it ever happen, or was it not financially possible? It is financially possible. It is hopefully going to happen. So way back when the Patreon blew up after, oh man, what video was it? Right before the Edith Finch video, I did a Patreon video, and the Patreon went from, I think it was like $800 a month, somewhere around there, to over $3,000. Or was it over $4,000? I think it went over $4,000. When that happened, right before that happened, I had already commissioned a cover from an artist that would actually watch the videos. I did like a Twitter call out for it. And I got a bunch of emails, and I later learned a long time later that one of those people that emailed me was Wuggy, and I didn't respond to him because I just had so many emails. I was digging through my emails one day, and I was like, "Hey, it's one from Wuggy," and I said to Wuggy, "Hey, Wuggy, look at this shit. Sorry I didn't answer." He's like, "Yeah, it's okay, it happens." And so yeah, I had a new cover made, and it wasn't cheap either. Like I don't know really rates for artists or anything, but like it was expensive, and it was worth it too. The guy did a good job. I don't want to say who it is, because I want it to be like a reveal kind of thing when it's finally out, if it ever is out, I hope. But then the channel took off, and I was like, oh shit, okay, well I need to justify the big Patreon influx. Okay, let's do it. And then it just became this thing of, okay, well we'll do the book release after the Witcher video is done, and you see what's happened with the Witcher video. So now it's not like the book isn't going to be ready, because we haven't done any work on getting it ready for the physical release, because almost all of my work time goes into Witcher stuff. And now I'm starting to doubt whether I should do a physical release of the books, because I'm wondering, if like how many. I feel like there's quite a few people that have watched the videos, and this is purely looking at it kind of cynically and kind of just finances. I feel like there's a bunch of people that watch the videos that have ad block turned off, never come to the streams, only watch the videos, and even if they do come to the streams, they aren't in a position where they want to give bits or sub or pledge anything to Patreon, and they just watch the videos, and and that's fine. I'm not complaining about that or anything like that. It's just that they haven't. It's been a one-way kind of thing, you know what I mean? So, and they're waiting for something to be, hey, you can purchase this and get something for your money and support me. That I feel like there's probably a buildup of those people that have that don't like Patreon, or they don't like Twitch or whatever. So I feel like if the time that I have something available for purchase, there's going to be like a bunch of people are like, okay, cool, I've enjoyed your videos for years. I'll get this to support you. Thank you very much. And that's good, that sort of thing. And my long-term plan is to I want to make a game. So now I'm curious if I should just wait until I make the game instead of asking people to, hey, buy my book. Maybe it should be, okay, I made a game, buy the game, you know what I mean? Whereas they might not want the game if they've already bought the book. Does that make sense? I don't know. Like I said, it's kind of a cynical way of looking at it, but I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna die. Let's teleport to Hey Smooch. Teleport Hey Smooch. Hey Smooch.
I'm on the fence of donating myself. I don't have a Prime membership and don't get the whole bit donation system, but I'll probably move into donating via Patreon.
Only
if you're
in the position to. Yeah, like I say this, or I try to say. I probably don't say it as much as I used to or I should do. Is like I make videos on YouTube and I stream. Like I should be very 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 low. Like maybe even the lowest priority of like, hey, do you have any disposable income? Then go for it. You know what I mean? Like that sort of thing. And like Lily and I are doing quite well financially right now, and the money that we want to have, it's a want, it's not a need, it's a want. We want to be able to fund more projects, like I want to make a game, I want to spend the amount more time on videos like I am doing on the Witcher video right now, like put a lot of effort into a lot of time, that sort of thing. But yeah, it should be low on the list. We do have a PayPal now. I haven't linked it yet. Maybe I should do that. I know that there's a bunch of people that said to me, hey, if you ever get a PayPal, let me know and I'll throw some money. I don't like Patreon. I don't like Twitch. So we do have that now, but I need to link it below. So I don't know. Maybe I'll put that on the list of videos too. I feel like the server is breaking. What do you guys think? Let me go see if it's overloaded.
Thanks for the detailed answer, and I might fall into that category you listed, being that I'm a full-time student, so I'm not in a financial position where I can rationalize donating money, but I would be able to justify buying a physical book despite not being able to necessarily afford it. Well, again, if you can't afford it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of people that might be in that position.
If you published a book, I would buy it without a doubt, regardless of the gender. It would be fun to know what kind of writer you are.
So the RAM and the CPU aren't capped right now on the server. It's not even 50% done, so I don't know what's happening. I don't know why it's overloaded. It's not even 50% overloaded, so that's kind of weird. So maybe the server just, like, no server can handle this amount of people, maybe? I don't know. I just looked at it. What type of game would you make, puzzle or more story-driven? It wouldn't be story-driven, it would be more gameplay-driven. I have a bunch of ideas for the first game, but I've already decided what the first game is going to be. I was thinking of kicking around an idea of making like a game like Danganronpa, like making a visual novel as the first one, but I don't want to do that. I already know what the first game is going to be. And I know it's very presumptuous for me to say first game, like, oh yeah, I make a game, I'm definitely gonna make another one. So let me clarify that with first and maybe only game. Might not get another chance to make another one. Servers have hundreds of people that lag sometimes. Okay, maybe this just isn't a good host then? I don't know. Maybe it's not a good host. It's telling me that the RAM and the CPU on the server, like whatever computer the server's on, isn't even above 50% taxed yet. It's still performing poorly. Weird. Is there too much stuff in one area maybe? Or is it because I'm going to new areas I've never been to before? I mean, I've been to the Pickle already. I don't know.
Make a visual novel, but have every girl be best girl.
That's it. Yeah, make a visual novel.
High stakes.
With our Chan characters from the stream. Oh man! All right, so I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and then I think we should read out subs and bits, and then we'll start reading questions from Twitch. Sorry, from Discord. So
I have to move, don't I?
No, you're fine.
You sure?
Yep.
Lily stream. Yep. Just me. Lily is the real reason we're here. Thank you, Dashaway. Lily hype. Thanks for the lilies. They're lovely as usual. How goes the 13 Reasons Why watch, Lily? Still enjoying it? I'm very much enjoying it. I'm about halfway through. I think I've got like 5 episodes left to go. And then you and I have to have a talk because, yeah. I have things to say. I just hope they're worth hearing. But I will say this. I think of the 3 seasons that I've seen, and that there are, it's the best one so far. I think they do things much better with the mystery aspect than the mental health aspect. I heard you and Finn are playing Super Mario World. How was that? He makes me play so he can watch. And then I died and I said, that wasn't fair. And he goes, it's a little bit fair.
Penis.
What is my favorite mannerism of Joe's that makes me smile? Probably his sense of humor.
Aww.
It's Lily with an I, not a Y.
Take your heart.
Hey Lily, I didn't know that you're an author as well until recent streams. What have you written? I have written 2 novels that are on Amazon. I've written other ones that are not on Amazon. The Hallingsford Murders and The Murder of Jennifer Moss. The Hallingsford Murders is about an estranged family that deals with murders. It's kind of in the title. And The Murder of Jennifer Moss is with an affair gone wrong. And they're under Lily Evans, Lily with an I. Not with a Y. She
Not
writes
a Y.
Harlequin. Did I watch Joe streams of Danganronpa? I didn't see enough to be able to follow it, but I did enjoy the mystery part of them.
If you plan on having this many people on regularly, you need to look into Spigot. It's the only way to make the game playable with high player counts. How many people are on here right now? List. 35. Okay, so usually I think we're sitting around, 18 people. It's only when the streams are going. I don't know what that is. If it's if it's really hard to set up, I don't have the time to do it right now. But if it's like just a plugin and it's really easy to set up, then I could do it, sure. Joe, may I invite you to a Humble Basin game? Sure, Zane. I don't know where it is. If someone can teleport me there, that'd be fine. I'm not really having issues. Maybe it's only because we're going to different areas. I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, before we get behind, because we're already behind, thank you to the following people. Thank you, Kawaii Desu-Chan. Shangfu, Kahel555, Juloritz, Yusuke Lover 69, Slippy the Slide, Sick Tricks Bro, Gee Boops, Nana Forrester, Bartiox, Rocket Shuffle. No, Rocket Shuffle is at the beginning of the stream. So before Rocket Shuffle for subbing all stream is down. Thank you very much. And since we started, Rocket Shuttle has resubscribed for 3 months. Thank you, Rocket Shuttle. Action Cater has resubscribed for 15 months, with 15 divided by 3 is 5. And the amount of days I've come on the Minecraft server is... Oh, and the days I come across on the Minecraft server. And so 5, which is 0. 5 minus 5, which is 0. And that's the number of fucks chat gives for another math meme. You had us in the first half, Action Cater. Thank you for that. A Windmill has resubscribed for 3 months with think I forgot to broadcast my 2 months, so here's making sure I don't do that again. We got this time, A Windmill. Thank you very much. Uh-oh. Baby's crying.
I think she's waking up.
Can you read that, Lily? I can't read it. Oh,
What?
it's gone. I can't read it. It's gone.
Oh, gosh darn
it. Thank you, Barry Akiba. That sounds kind of weeby to me. For the 2-month resub, greetings from Nevada. I always listen to your streams at work, and it's got me through through rough times. I just added the sum. Thank you. Also, Lily stream someday. Maybe Lil stream someday. Maybe some Stardew. Almost said StarCraft. Watching you play StarCraft would be really entertaining. But
yeah, but I don't think I could keep up a conversation. If it's a Lily stream, we have to talk, and if we're going to talk, we need something like Stardew that I can half pay attention to.
I think that
we'll just make seeds for the whole day.
I think you should try to beat Bloodborne.
Not on like a Lily stream though.
I think so.
But then I can't talk to them. I'm going to be too busy swearing. How am I going to have a conversation with Chad?
I'll moderate. I think it would be fun to see you try and beat Bloodborne, because you actually would beat it. It'd be like a big triumph.
Stream 502. She beat it.
Optimistic. Thank you, Shali, for the new sub. Welcome to the Dragon's Den, Shali. Hopefully you're still here. It's been a while since these subs came in. Thank you, Shali. Odox Joey, I'm not sure, for the 6-month resub. Pickle Gang. I think that's the right amount of Pickle Gangs. Oh no, I was one off. Pickle Gang. There we go. Thank you very much, Odox. Waskies has used 300 bits to say Q&A with Joe. Okay, but what counts as sex? Anderson and Lily, we're just gonna do it like normal. Evans.
Yes, but I didn't say what normal is for us.
Yeah, you don't know what normal is.
You don't know how
us.
we do it.
Yeah, you have no idea. So this is a reference to the conversation we had on Discord yesterday, I think, which was what counts as losing your virginity. And it went on for a little too long, and it might have even been breaking the server's rules because it was not safe for work. I don't know, but yeah, we had a conversation. What counts as losing your virginity? And there were a lot of people that think it's really easy to lose your virginity. Let me tell you that it was like if you get like a hand job, apparently that's losing your virginity. I can't get in on that. I can't agree with that. Even though if it was true, that means I lost my virginity like way sooner than I think I lost my virginity. But I feel like it doesn't count. However, what Incoet said, I can't agree with that either. Penis inserted in vagina, because I feel like it's too like heteronormative to assume that sex is penis penetration into another person. Like I don't feel like that's right either. So I don't know what it would be, but like the consensus that seemed to be gathering, which I disagreed with, was that just getting off with another person physically doing it to you is enough for you to consider yourself not a virgin.
Anyway, that's the context.
That's it, yeah. And we're not getting into it. Bait and switch. Master bait and switch. Thank you, Philipsina, for the 16-month resub. I'm old. Me too, Philipsina. It's okay. You get used to it. It's better. It gets better. Thank you, Philipsina. And last but not least, thank you, Legosare or Legos R, for gifting a sub to the Grady Baby. I don't know why, but that's really amusing to me, the Grady Baby. Welcome, the Grady Baby, to the Dragon's Den. Here's a Clawfist from Lily.
Clawfist.
Okay, let's get into the questions. Finally.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, there's questions on this Q&A.
I thought this was just a talking stream.
Yeah, we got roped into looking at everyone's Minecraft thing, yeah. Which I enjoyed, but yeah.
Kind of tired now.
You're kind of tired now?
Maybe we should call it.
Maybe. Just keep postponing it for another week. Never ask another round of questions.
We said next week we were going to take off, so we'll continue in the new year. The last few questions.
And thank you, Legos R or Legosare for the new sub as well. Gifting a sub before getting a sub yourself. I think that's an achievement unlocked, right? Thank you, Legosare. Welcome to the Rubadub Sub Club. What did you guys do to my bunker? What did you guys do? Teleport Lucid Memer. What did you guys...
Is there any way for you to reset the server? This leg is kind of hard to watch.
I don't know if that would help. Would it help? It was all them, Lucid Memer. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me at all. Wait, what are these floating buckets? Did you cast a spell? What are these floating buckets? Like, you said never ever need to farm healing in a Souls game. I didn't like that at all. You should? What? I don't understand what you mean.
Invisibility potion.
Invisibility potion. Just buckets floating. Do you prefer streaming on Twitch or making videos? Prefer both in different ways. For long-term fulfillment, I prefer the videos by far. For short-term fulfillment, and just for like an easier, more laid-back experience, less stressful, it's Twitch for sure. But I wouldn't give up one for the other. If I had to, though, like if I like gun in my head, I can only do one for forever for the rest. Like, I want to say I'd pick videos, but I feel like maybe streaming is more the safer option. I feel like YouTube could go down any day and they might lose their whole ad platform. So I feel like you could migrate a stream audience better between platforms than you can videos like YouTube. But in terms of like my own fulfillment, I would pick videos. Twitch is more profitable, right? No, it's not. No. Almost. It's like if I became a full-time streamer, or when streams come back like with the full schedule, I think streaming might be more than YouTube. But no, YouTube is more profitable. YouTube makes more money. What genre do I like to write about? For videos, almost anything. I'm pretty much a genre slut when it comes to games. I'll play pretty much anything. For writing, I've written some fantasy and some sci-fi, but my books are meant to be like entertaining first and foremost, so that's why I picked those genres. I picked the genre fiction. For my own like really, really serious stuff that I've written and planned in the past, it'd actually be more literary fiction.
Do your children understand what you do as a profession? I know it takes a lot of effort to make your videos, but thank you for putting out hour-long quality documentary of video games.
I'm glad you enjoyed them, Jordan. Thank you for that. They don't understand, no. Whenever I'm playing a video game, Finn says to me, "Daddy working? Daddy working?" And it's like, I mean, sometimes, but...
And then when we play, he tells me that I'm working. And I say, no, I'm not working. He doesn't get it. He thinks that anything to do with video games now is work.
Joe, can you explain what pulp is in literature? So pulp is... I don't really fully know, but my understanding of pulp versus literary fiction is that literary fiction is more concerned with being art and having not necessarily social commentary, but like, well, we can't really agree on what art is or not. Where it's okay, let's just stick with that. It's literary fiction is mostly to do with being art, and pulp is more to do with being entertaining. So pulp would be like the Marvel movies, Star Wars, stuff like that. That's more the more pulpy side, but not with that big of a budget, whereas literary fiction would be the stuff that usually wins the Oscars, like The Irishman that just came out, this clash between what people think is real cinema and what isn't, which is kind of dumb, but I wouldn't put it that way. So Pulp Fiction is actually pulp? No, Pulp Fiction is not pulpy. Pulp Fiction is literary cinema, I would say. Something that's lighter, a lighter read, focused on being entertaining, that sort of thing. Someone chat is saying if it's challenging. I don't know. I would say that there's a bunch of literary fiction that I've written that isn't challenging, but you can make anything challenging if you try hard enough. What? I went to the zoo the other day. Please no, stop. It was really bad. All the animals had escaped. All they had was a dog. It was a Shih Tzu. PathChan expansion. I'm Joe Anderson, and this is my favorite PathChan server. I left that message. I really did. No lie. Is it possible to do both? Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Milk delivery guys, big hole project excavation in progress. I would say that people are gonna just label it whatever they think. Like if they didn't find it challenging, they're just gonna label it more pulpy. But if they did find it challenging, then they're gonna say it's more literary. But yeah, you can do both. You can appeal to both. It would be difficult, but yeah, you can do it for sure.
No, I don't have a take on the spicy Danganronpa debates. I didn't see all of it, so I missed some of the good stuff.
And it's also going to be a like it's a spectrum, right? Like there's going to be shades going from one to the other. It's not going to be this is literary fiction and it's literary fiction the whole time, or this is pulpy fiction and it's going to be pulpy. Or I shouldn't say fiction, entertainment the whole time. You know, like there's going to be bits and pieces. You know, like so I think that putting too hard of a labels on it isn't fair. What's my favorite media? Probably video games. I think video games are my favorite, but not for stories or anything like that. For stories, books for sure. But I like different forms of media for different reasons. But games are my favorite. I spend most of my time playing games, not just for work though. Like if it was like before I had the channel, like most of my entertainment time and what I considered leisure time was spent with games. What kind of game would I like to make? There's lots of different games that I'd like to make, but the first game that I would like to make is very likely going to be like a top-down 2D Zelda sort of thing. Anyway, let's get into the questions, Lily, because we're getting distracted again. Let's go to the first question.
Xylem.
Hey, Xylem.
Hey, Joe. Hope you are doing well. I have been debating this question myself for about a week. I'm sure you have heard about the Blizzard scandal and its fallout. My initial reaction was to no longer support Blizzard in any capacity, despite my continued enjoyment with Classic WoW. My friends were playing with... I think my friends I was playing with were understanding, but disappointed with my decision and asked that I play with them still. Eventually, I decided to keep my morals and refuse to purchase any more from them, funding my game time with my retail account's gold. I still feel torn, but I value my friends greatly. I was wondering what your feelings towards such a situation where you have to choose between your personal morals and your friends and enjoyment. I feel this case is different to a belonging you own in perpetuity.
I feel this case is different to a belonging to your own perpetuity. As I am still technically helping fund Blizzard despite not spending any of my money. Thank you for your time and tell Lily I said hi. Lily's here. Okay, so this question has two layers to it. The first layer is so if you're not sure about the Blizzard, if you haven't heard about the Blizzard thing, it's been a while now. Blizzard, I can't fully remember it now. What is it? There was a Hearthstone competition and someone won, and when they were doing their victory speech, they praised the protests that are going on in Hong Kong, and because of that, Blizzard took away the prize money from the winner, banned them from taking part in any future tournaments for a year, or was it permanently? And they also banned the casters or fired the casters and didn't pay them for allowing the winner to say this. And apparently one of the Blizzard accounts on Twitter also then just kind of like pledged fealty to the Chinese government and said, we're very sorry this happened. But I'm not sure if that's even an official Blizzard account or if it's something else. And it's also important to say that Blizzard has backtracked on some of these points and gave the guy the prize money back, reduced the ban to be it's not permanent, or it's less now, or it's like only a couple months. I don't know what happened to the casters, if they got some retribution there or something. And they also Blizzard made like a public thing saying that it's not about what the guy said about Hong Kong, it's about politics in general. They don't want to have any politics on their shows or whatever, or associated with their tournaments that they host, which I think is complete bullshit. So there was this thing about how, like, okay, well, if someone in the same position praised the Chinese government and condemned the Hong Kong protests, would Blizzard have banned them too? And there was this thing about someone else tried to do that, and I think they did get into trouble, but they had to like really push it in order to get notice about that. I don't know. I don't really know all of the details about it. And like I said, it was about like over a month ago now, right? So it's been a while. Anyway, so let's not really talk about Blizzard and Hong Kong and all that on its own. I'm ignorant about that. I don't know if the Hong Kong protests are justified. I have no idea. It seems to me from the outside looking in that it is. Like it seems like they are fighting for their own personal freedoms, and they don't want Hong Kong to come under Chinese rule earlier than the agreement they had before. But I am ignorant about that, so I don't want to talk about it and speak out of ignorance. I have no idea. Instead, we have to talk about ethics, which is just so much better than that conversation, right? So I'm ignorant about a lot of things, about ethics. I have no clue about the deep philosophical arguments that come into ethics, and specifically in this case, the ethics of morally correct consumerism. I have no idea. I will say that this idea of voting with your wallet to get a company to change is complete bullshit, and it's just not going to work. The amount of people that talk about the products that they consume in the way that we do online is a tiny fraction of the people that are actually consuming those products. It's so small, and I don't think that the company is going to see any considerable dips in their profits or their sales, even if half of those people that are talking about this on online forums and everything do end up sticking to, putting their money where their mouth is and actually sticking to it. I don't think it's actually going to matter. That said, we're not really talking about changing the company. We're talking about ethics. So is it still ethically right for you to not support this company, even though it doesn't really make a difference? And I don't know, that comes into a whole other area of ethics I have no idea about. Like, does it matter if it's not going to make a difference? Does it actually matter? Like, you're basically foregoing yourself of enjoying something that you really enjoy to make a point that has absolutely no outcome whatsoever and has no purpose. So I have no idea. I don't know. Like, I'm going to say that you probably should stick to it. Like, and this is separate to your question with your friends, I feel like you should stick to it. Like, let's just say that there was someone in your city or nearby that was let's make it a butcher, so it's creepy. There's a butcher that lives nearby, and you've every single week for the past couple of years or 10 years, you've gone to him to get some meat that you use for cooking every single week. And then after all that, it turns out that you find out that this guy was killed somebody in the past, and he got off for it, and he was found not guilty. But you've done the research, and you're pretty much convinced that he actually was guilty, and he just got off on a technicality, and he just tries to hide about it. Do you want to keep going to this butcher to get your meat when you know that he's a murderer? Do you want to support that kind of person that did that in the past and unjustly got away with it? Like, no one's going to believe you. You're just, in this hypothetical, let's just say that you're the only one that knows about this. No one's going to believe you. You not going there isn't going to change anything. But if I was in that position, I feel like I wouldn't want to support this person. I would not want to go and give this person any of my patronage. I wouldn't want to give this person money. I wouldn't want to associate with this person. Now, is Blizzard as bad as that butcher? I don't think so, but I think you would struggle, maybe it's even impossible, to find any company that is large enough to like, not large enough that a lot of people know about, that's clean, you know what I mean, that hasn't done something completely fucking awful or terrible, so I don't know. At that point, I feel like it's more of a criticism of the world that we've been born into, and that you're kind of like, it gets into that we didn't start the fire kind of thing, where you're just fucked. Like, you can't. There is no way that you can ethically consume products, and you've been born into a consumerist society. Like, unless you're willing to get in your car, drive out into the wilderness, and chop down some trees, build your own fucking house, like, and grow your own food, like, you're fucked. Like, there's no way that you're going to be able to live with a morally clear conscience, I think, but I'm not sure. I think there is a line, someone kind of alluded in chat, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. I don't really believe that. But maybe it's true. I don't think that capitalism is actually the problem. I think it's just the type of capitalism that we have, not capitalism itself, or how corporations. I don't know if it's because corporations are allowed to be people, like entities. It's not people, it's entities, isn't it? I don't know if that's the problem. I don't know what it is, but I don't think it's actually capitalism itself. But the other side of your question was, how do you deal with this with friends? So friends that are okay with this and want to continue, just blissfully being unaware of what's going on, or they're like, yeah, it's bad, but I don't care. I still want to play the game. Why don't you come play the game with us? That sort of thing. And I think the root of this question, or like, this kind of question makes me actually quite anxious. The root of this question is, how do you deal with friends that have bad politics? And bad politics is politics that you disagree with. I think you could probably get down to there being objectively bad politics that people can have and hold. But then at that point, I don't even know if it would count as politics anymore. I don't agree with the statement that everything is political. I really, really strongly disagree with that. I don't even agree that all art is political. A landscape painting is not a political piece of art at all. I mean, it could be depending on what it is of, but like a nature portrait, a nature landscape painting is not political. Starry Night is not political. That sort of thing. So I feel like you could have objectively bad politics, but at that point, I don't think. Again, objective. We're going to get into axioms now that we all have to agree that that harm is bad, and that the good of all society and everyone should be happy and all this shit, you know what I mean? Like, and even that might be too high of a level. We might even have to get low level in that too. Like, causing pain to others is bad. Can we agree with that? Okay, cool. So that's an axiom that we can agree with. But is it objective? No, it's not. It's not truly objective. But it's for the sake of conversation, it's about as objective as we're going to get. So like, how do you deal with friends that have bad politics? And my view on this is that I feel like you should stay friends with them. I've had friends in the past that have had really bad politics, and I've had friends in the past that are racist and sexist and have said horrible things. They don't think that they're racist or sexist, and that's why I try to continue to be friends with them, because I feel like if you shun people and you push them away and you just say to them, if one of your friends says something that you find really objectionable, and you say, "What the fuck is your problem? Get the fuck away from me." Like, that's just shoving them deeper into that hole. Whereas you just kind of want to be like, "Dude, I don't think that's very, very good. Like, we can still talk and everything, but you know what? Like, could you cut that out a little bit? You know what I mean? Like, you want to be more diplomatic about it. You want to be more, let's try and, what the fuck? Rest in peace, bro. Rift Creeper, bro. So anyway, he just started blasting. All right, that was a good tonal shift there for that. Sorry. I feel like if you push people away and you just shut down the conversation entirely when it's just talking, I feel like that is doing more harm to society than good. I feel like you should try to keep these people in your lives, and you should try to boil the frog. You should try to gradually bring them around to your way of thinking. And of course, we're talking about, like, we're not talking about like which economic policy is the best right now. Like that you could argue that for ever. Okay, that is not, there's no clear cut answer for economic policy. I'm talking about like gay people shouldn't have rights, trans people shouldn't have rights, black people shouldn't have rights. I'm talking about those kind of issues where it should be like, there's an objectively right answer here. You know what I mean? And when your friend has one of those bad opinions like that, you should try to boil the frog on them and bring them around slowly instead of just pushing them away completely. If they act on it, actions are completely different than words. Like, if you were out with your friend and your friend, let's say your friend is really sexist, and your friend did something really horrible to a woman while you were out. Okay, now you need to dude, that's not acceptable. Like you change or we're done. You know what I mean? Like, actions are way different than words. So that's I want to make that clear. I'm not saying like, oh, your friend is a fucking rapist, and you're just be friends with them and it's gonna be fine. Like, no, like if it's just conversation that we're talking about right now, like I feel like you shouldn't outright reject them, and you should try and keep them in your lives, and you should try to bring them around instead of just pushing them deeper and deeper into the isolation and deeper into that hole. I feel like that's a problem with online groups. I feel like you can find pretty much anybody that has the opinion of you that you have, and like, in the past, if you were living in society and you in a society of like maybe 100,000 people, if you're in a bigger city, be even more than that, you might have an opinion that is really marginalized and not a lot of people have and share with, and you have no real way of safely finding out anyone else who has that opinion. But now that we're online, you can just type in a couple words and you can find a group that has your opinion, that that thinks like lobsters are more intelligent than people. I found it. Here's the community. Lobsters are more intelligent than people. We should support our lobster overlords. You know what I mean? Like, that sort of thing. Like, you can go and find that group, and sometimes that's a really good thing. There have been marginalized groups that have been able to band together and get a lot of support and a lot of like support for each other, and they can work on bettering society for their position and for themselves and their group. That's a really good thing. But on the other hand, you have these other groups that get together and are like Nazis, you know, like, hey, now Nazis can band together, and when people band together, they feel like stronger, and they can turn into an echo chamber, and they just kind of just continually make it. And they just continually make it more and more extreme. And I feel like when these people venture out from these groups and they start to talk to you as a friend, and they might be like trying to see if you share some of those opinions, or they might have been kind of indoctrinated by this group. Even it's made them even more extreme. I think that if you just reject that you're just going to be pushing them back into more and more into that group, and I think that's a bad thing, and I don't think we should do that. So when it comes to answer your question finally about games, should you have rejected your friends, or should you have like made it a big deal? I don't think so. I think maybe the answer there was maybe to continue playing with them and try to bring them more on board with how you view this is important, and maybe they could have learned something from you instead of just bailing out. I think maybe that would have done more positive change than harm there, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure when it comes to this case. This isn't that extreme of a case compared to other stuff. And the thing is that interacting with them like is directly supporting the thing that you don't like, right? Because you're supporting Blizzard. But if you already have the game, and I don't really think there's any harm in that, as long as you're not promoting microtransactions somehow and them getting more money by doing that. I think it's fine. Once you made the purchase, I don't see much of the harm in it. Like it doesn't matter. Like these people that I watched H-Bomber Guy's video on woke brands, and how like there were these advertisements that a lot of people disagreed with, and then they would go out and they would smash their products. It was like that coffee. Oh no, we're dead. That coffee machine thing, or when Nike had that commercial and they went out and they burned their shoes or whatever, like even if they were morally correct to be outraged, which they weren't, woke brands in themselves are kind of disgusting. Like even if they were morally correct, like I think like you already have the product, like it's done, you know, like there's nothing wrong with using it after that, you know, it's just a thing. I guess with the branding, you're advertising at the same time. I don't know. Anyway, I think that's all I can say about that. Hopefully that wasn't too far out there. I think more and more on these streams, I'm revealing myself that I'm pretty far on the left politically, and I think there's quite a few problems on the left. Don't get me wrong, but I'm pretty far on the left politically. And I feel like we should try to. I don't like centrism. I don't like the centrist like ideal of, oh, I'm just gonna sit in the middle. I'm just gonna pull both sides more to be in line with me. Like no, like there are a lot of really bad issues. Like there are way more issues on the right that are just fucking reprehensible to me than there are on the left. I don't think centrism is the answer, but at the same time, I do think that you need to find a way to communicate with the other side and have more consensus and more compromise. So I don't know, maybe you should just pretend to be a centrist. Just pretend, bro. Hajime, I'm a centrist. I swear. You know? But yeah, that's how I am. Anyway, fuck. All right, how long did it take for me to start actually talking about some of my legitimate political opinions, Lily? How many like 3 years? 3 years since the stream?
I never thought this day would come.
We're here. Yeah. Yeah. We're here. All right. Next question. Hopefully that was all right, Silem. Maybe after that you're Asylum.
Yeah, the baby's here. She's having a bottle.
Yeah, Kate's here. Baby Kate, can you say there's no ethical consumption under capitalism? Can you say seize the means of production? Can you say it? Like there you go. There's one like idea where I think I don't know. Actually, I don't know how many leftists are just straight up supporting socialism and communism at this point. But like I'm not that far. Like I think capitalism is the best that we have. Like there could be something better, but I don't think that's the answer. My economic view is that capitalism is really, really good, and we should have more socialist policies and more socialist programs, but we shouldn't go full on socialism. I'm not a comrade in that way. Sorry. Let's go into the piss stream. We did it. I think that the closest I can get to communism or socialism, I think, I'm speaking a little bit out of ignorance here, is that I do think that no one on the planet should have to work for food. I think we're comfortably at a place now where we shouldn't have to do that. No one should have to go hungry and have to work for food, and no one should have to work for shelter either. I think we're at the place where we could feed and house everybody quite easily without them having to become a cog in the machine and become a wage slave for it. I'm pretty sure we could do that quite easily, actually. But I'm speaking a little bit out of ignorance. But that's also come from a thing that I've strongly believed since I was young, which is that no one asks to be born. No one asks to be here. I feel like I used to say stuff like this when I was younger, and my family, my parents used to say to me, "You don't understand what it's like to be a parent. Like when you become a parent, you'll change." And I'm like, "No, I'm a parent now, and I believe it more strongly than ever. Like creating a person is a huge responsibility. Absolutely fucking huge responsibility." Like the kid should not be grateful to you for you making them. Absolutely fucking not. You're just still 0.5. It's kind of an eyesore. I like it. I like it. Anyway, next question, Lily, if you don't mind, from Bully Hunter 77. I don't fully understand this question. Just is Bully Hunter here? I hope so. But anyway,
I haven't seen.
Let's go, and I'll do my best.
Hey, John A. Anderson, Crater, and Triss. So first of all, cool that Twitch subs can ask questions now. Crater was in brackets. I don't really have a question, but I just want to hear your thoughts about a topic. I feel like games don't really use their spatial dimension at all. Most action games with 3D graphics basically play 2D most of the time, when there is so much natural depth you can have in gameplay by incorporating 3D movement. I would really like to see something like this, especially in competitive games or MMORPG. I don't know what that means.
Like WoW. MMORPG.
Oh, okay. Since humans are naturally bad at 3D spatial awareness. Hope you and Lily are doing well and don't go hollow because of The Witcher.
Okay, so what I don't understand about this question is that I disagree with it. Maybe I do understand it. Maybe I just disagree. I feel like 3D games do take that into account. I mean, I was trying to think. Okay, what's the question? Is it that more games don't have like you exploring, like we can fly in this game, that sort of thing? Like, the question is, do I think that a lot of games don't take it, or just to speak about the idea that many 3D games don't take the spatial dimensions, they don't take advantage of them very well. So a lot of 3D games still play like 2D games is the question, and I feel like I don't agree with that. I feel like a lot of 3D games do take advantage of that, like the indie game Dark Souls, the Star Wars game we just played. I feel like most 3D games do, but maybe I'm misunderstanding it. Is it more about like you're not? Are you thinking that you're just stuck on a one vertical plane for the most part, or would it be a horizontal plane? I always get mixed up. Like horizontal is vertical is up and down, obviously, and horizontal is this way. But when it's a plane, is this a horizontal plane or is this a vertical plane because it's a vertical level stretched out over horizontally? I can't remember which way it goes. Like, are you talking about more like games like that have you using the z-axis more or what? Because if that's the case, yeah, I can agree with that. I think that we could have more games that do that well. Are you talking like shooters end up being like spread over a flat plane more? Like it's not like Doom, but most of the time you're just corridor shooting and you're just aiming in the same kind of area. Flexen is saying the idea is that you're playing a 3D game like the real world and that video games ground themselves in realistic logic. Why do games need to follow the rules of gravity and stuff like that? Is that it? Like that's sort of what I was thinking. I was about to say the example of Prey, and that's the case. Then sure, yeah, we could use that more. Like the fictional game in Ender's Game, right? I can't remember what they called what they had. That's kind of Rocket League, right? The enemy gate is down. That's such a good line. The enemy gate is down. So yeah, I could see that more games could take advantage of that. What was the game that came out like years and years and years ago? Kid, why are you scratching me? Ow. Was it by Bungie or was it by Valve? What was the 3D game that was kind of like a spacey game that came out like 1995 or something, somewhere around there? Gravity Rush? Yeah, I haven't played Gravity Rush. Descent or Marathon? I think that's it. I think it's Descent or Marathon. Though I think it's those. Like taking advantage of the space like that a little bit more. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I think the games could be more creative in that way. Yeah. Like the question was leading me to think of more like 2.5D games. Like it's in a 3D space, but you're stuck on one 2D plane, like inside. I'm not sure if that is actually what the question is, though. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% convinced. I wish Bully Hunter was here. That's how I understand it. There was a cover shooter where you would also play on the sides of the building and take cover there, but it would just flip the whole game on its side rather than let freely move and stick to other players like they are to the ground. It's all restricted. I think games like that. I've made games that have I can never say this word. Euclidean space is a cool gimmick, but in practice is just confusing and doesn't add much. I think the level design would be hard to sell, but in terms of like a combat system where you can move around more freely, yeah, I think there's potential there, but I think it would be kind of confusing. Would VR count? Would VR like having more of a presence in the game and being able to look around and actually reach out and grab things with your hand, that sort of thing? I haven't gone back into VR because I just don't have the time right now, but maybe that would be it. Euclidean. All right, I'll try and remember that. Euclidean. Is it Euclidean or Euclidean? Euclidean. Leon? Euclidean. Euclidean. All right. Yeah, I don't know what else I can say about Bully Hunter. Sorry, I feel kind of put off that I don't fully understand the question, and I think it's my fault, not yours. So apologies for that. Not kind of similar to it. I always thought there would be a fun mode in the game Oxygen Not Included. So Oxygen Not Included, you are building a colony in the middle of an asteroid that's floating in space. Or maybe not, spoilers, that you start off in the middle of it and you build out from the center and like, because you're in space, like I thought it would be interesting if gravity would shift sometimes depending on where you go, and you would have to like build multiple, like your colony to compensate for that. Like maybe you would have to build like different bedrooms that have different orientations so you're prepared for when the gravity on the asteroid like shifts to be on a different alignment. Like obviously because of the perspective of the game, it can only be in one of four directions, but I thought that would be an interesting idea, but I don't know how much it would add to gameplay. It would just be kind of like another thing you have to account for. But then the whole game is like that. The whole game is kind of like accounting for stuff in kind of in a chore kind of way, but I still like it. Just because you're constrained by gravity doesn't mean there's no vertical manipulation. I mean, a lot of high-level combat is staying in the air, which allows movement and everything. Yeah, that's why I disagree with that. I originally disagreed with the premise, because I feel like a lot of 3D games do take advantage of that. Like most of them, I would struggle to think of a full 3D game that isn't a 2.5D game that doesn't have some of that in some respects. So yeah, I'm gonna pass on a Bully Hunter, and if you can ask it with maybe some clarification next time in addition to another question. I don't fully understand it, so I'm not comfortable talking about it much more. Sorry. VR is very interesting. I watched Jonathan Blow try VR, and he commented that the games don't take advantage of the fact that those are VR games. There was one exception where the game was only taking place in the room scale, no teleporting, you move by walking around, and it was a maze where you would turn the corner and the maze would be infinite, so the game folded onto itself. Yeah, I from what little I saw in VR, I felt the same way, that VR games weren't taking advantage of the fact that they are VR. That's why I'm hoping that Boneworks, and I haven't played Boneworks yet, that's out, or Alex will. I feel like VR is a very cool idea. I was talking to Ilsroth about that, and I said I feel like an Obra Dinn sort of game in VR would be awesome. And then I said I think an escape room would be awesome too, and he was like, oh, there are escape rooms. I was like, oh shit, maybe I should try some escape room thing. But right now VR makes me sick, so I can't really can't really experiment. I don't have the time. So when Witcher's done, I think I'll set up a proper space for VR. I mean, I didn't even watch any porn. Like, seriously, didn't even do that. Lily's really disappointed, right, Lily?
Wasted opportunity.
Yep, we didn't even do that. But I think that looking at VR as an expansion on traditional games, I think that's probably the wrong way to do it. Ilsaroth disagrees with me. Ilsaroth thinks that there is a way to do it, but he agrees that it's hard, I believe. I don't want to put words in Ilsaroth's mouth. Maybe he's here. I think that right now, I think that it's a mistake to look at it as an extension of normal games. I think VR games should be VR, you know, like it could only be a VR game, you know what I mean? So let's see how it goes. Alex to me looks like it's more of a normal game with VR complements. So I really want to see where it goes. VR is amazing, by the way. I was really expecting to be underwhelmed when I put it on, and then when I put it on, it was instantly like I audibly said "holy shit" out loud the first time I put it on. I was just floored just looking around. It's amazing. Now that might be because it's the Index and it's like the Rolls Royce of VR headsets at the moment, but like I don't know if it would be as good with the multi-world thing or whatever the fuck it is, the really really cheap one. I would assume it would still be pretty good, or the one you can use with your phone. I don't think that would be very good, but maybe it would. But like I was just stunned, just like holy fuck, I can't believe this. So I don't think I could recommend it at that cost, but I highly recommend you, if you haven't the opportunity to try it, then definitely try it just to see how it is. I really hope I can get over the motion sickness from oh man, what was it called? Free Locomotion? What the fuck is it called? Oh no, is it Free Locomotion? I can never remember what it. I have to Google it. VR Free Locomotion. Do the locomotion. I think it's Free Locomotion. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, VR games right now have two ways to move around. You can teleport or you can do Free Locomotion. And teleport is when the way it works on the Index, at least, is that you use the left stick to point to an area in the room, and it kind of looks like you're throwing a ball, and you teleport to where the ball lands, and then you're just there. And for whatever reason, that doesn't make you have motion sickness. But Free Locomotion is when you use the left stick to move, and you move. Like you actually go in the direction of it, like you're playing a normal game, and that makes me want to vomit right away. The other way is that you can walk, but I didn't have enough space to actually walk around to see how it would match that. I could move a little bit, and that was really cool. I think that having room scale VR would be really 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 fun. I would like that a lot. Of course, the best way would just be get one of those VR treadmills, right? But I think those aren't going to catch on way too much. Did I get sick when 3D first came out? No, I didn't. And I used to get car sick when I would read in the car, but that doesn't happen. I never got car sick before that. Who is hitting me?
Me too.
Someone is following me. It's Trevor. The reason you don't get motion sickness from teleporting is because your brain doesn't register movement when you teleport, and motion sickness comes from the disconnect between the camera movement and your movement. Yeah, it's something to do with your inner ear thinking that you're moving, but you're not. So your inner ear is like, whoa, what the fuck? And I think it's to do with it sends signals to your body that you must have been poisoned. If you're feeling movement or you're sensing movement, but your inner ear isn't moving, then you must be poisoned vomit right now. Because the poison is making you have adverse effects, so you need to get out of your system. I think that's it. Anyway, that's all I can say about that, Bully Hunter. Let me say thank you to some people, and then we'll move on. Apologies for not fully understanding your question. I feel bad. I hope that's okay. Since Lego Sarah, we've had some bits from Action Caterer. I'm making the structure you found in the distance. It's meant to be one day. It's meant to be one day be okay. There's a mistake here. The Hopes Peak Academy of the server. Thanks for putting up the server. By the way, people are lovely, and it's nice to contrast with that with my world around me. I'm glad you're enjoying Action Cater, and I'll keep it as long as there's interest. I'll keep it going. Like I mean, the server's not. I feel like the server isn't cheap for what it is, but in terms of our community, like it's not expensive. You know what I mean? Like I have no problem maintaining it for as long as there's interest. Like years even. Like I'm okay with it. Like as long as there's interest. Like I don't know what the number would have to dip down to for like concurrent users. Like but as long as there's interest, I'll keep it going. You know? Funky Munch has used 100 bits just to do a heart. Thank you, Funky Munch. I like your heart. I like your name.
I like your name.
Hildondalo or Hildondalo? I said the same way, didn't I? Hildonondalo has subscribed for the first time at Prime. For the only time, too, after I butchered that name. Thank you very much. Welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to the Pickle Jar. Hi, baby Kate. You're so cute. Yeah. Oh, you like being told you're cute, don't you? You're so cute. You're such a cutie. Thank you, Inquisitor Drogan, or Drogan? I think Drogan. Inquisitor Drojin for the new Silver Prime as well. Welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to Paw Patrol. Thank you. Allegro used some bits. Thank you very much. Just some cheers. And Waskies used 300 bits to say, hey Joe, I asked a question about pulp and literature earlier. Let's say that I tried making a pulpy story read, making or running a pulpy D&D campaign. What writing advice could you give? Oh man, I don't know. Like, if it wasn't a D&D campaign, I would say don't fuss. Just have fun. Just try to have the fun come through with writing. You know, like I feel like that's what pulp stuff should be all about. But also take it seriously. Just because you're writing pulp doesn't mean like you can just have inconsistencies and plot holes and pull things out of your ass. Like I feel like even just stuff that's meant to be entertaining can benefit greatly from having things that make sense and that your readers can reasonably be along for the ride and predict things that are going to happen. I think that's important, and I think that's what separates like good pulpy stuff from bad pulpy stuff. If we just want to keep using the pulpy word, but it's about a D&D campaign. I have no idea. Like to me, I think that D&D campaigns should be more collaborative, and you should aim to be flexible, and you should go in only with like a skeleton pulpy story, and you just react to what your players are going to do. And I think it's impossible to predict everything that they're going to be able to do, so you just have to have like a basic like just a shit ton of ingredients around, and wherever they go is however you make it work, right? I feel like doing a proper D&D campaign would be just an absurd amount of work, and I feel like you're in a bar sitting around with your friends telling a story to them, and then they get to change the story as it goes, and that sounds like a lot of fun if you can do it properly, but I think that would drive me crazy. So I feel like, yeah, just maybe just take the advice of just writing in general and just try and make it a lot more flexible and a lot more open to deviations. You know, you don't want to have a set ending, right? Or maybe you do. I don't know. Can D&D campaigns be like, okay, we're in this place, this is it, and you're not getting out of here until you're done? Like, can you be stuck in a Hopes Peak Academy situation in D&D? I guess so. I guess the sky's the limit, really. You could do whatever. So again, it depends on your setting and what your campaign actually is. So, yeah. That's all I can say about that. I'm just not familiar with it, sorry. Puckered Starfish has resubscribed for 3 months. Hey, Joe, let me know when you need more cringe catchphrases. I don't know. I'm debating, like, you know, divorcing the cringe a little bit, you know, in cringe court, or double down. Let's go for full-on cringe. I don't know. I just feel like more of a classy kind of just, hey, thank you for the sub is enough for a little bit, and let's let the cringe die down for a little bit, and then we can hit back with the cringe later. Return to the cringe.
And you don't want to be predictable.
Exactly. Be like a double cringe operative just out of nowhere. Here's some cringe
when they're not expecting it.
Yeah. But having said that, thank you for spending 3 months with your super slithering senpai. Oh, it's still kind of good. Thank you, Puckered Starfish. And last but not least, Jared Omen, or Jared Omen, not sure, one of those three. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Daijobu Dojo. Thank you very much. Hope you're well. Let's move on to the next question on the Discord, who is from Lord Zarkon. Is Lord Zarkon here?
Hey Joe and female Joe. Hope everything is well. Joe gets asked a lot about his favorite video and stream he has done, so this time I'm passing the question to Lily. So what has been Lily's favorite video and stream Joe has done?
Oh, it's a Lily question? Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
My favorite video is the Edith Finch video. For many reasons, but partly because it was a game that I wanted to play and it made me sick, so I couldn't actually play it. So part of it was that I kind of got to be in on the whole thing without actually having to make myself sick. You know, like I could just enjoy it. It was the sort of story that appeals to me from a writing perspective, so I really enjoyed the story of that game and that video. And I thought that it was an improvement over other videos that I had seen as well, and I don't watch all the videos now that go up. I used to watch them all at the beginning, but now with 3 kids and everything, I can't sit and watch for
3 hours.
3 hours, you know, uninterrupted, or you going back and forth to it, and Finn's saying this, and Kate's crying, and Leo's doing that, and so, anyway, it was one of the ones that I did watch the whole thing too, though, and
bless you. That was a cute sneeze.
Bless you. I thought it was really well done. So that was my favorite video. My favorite stream, I think, was Undertale.
Really?
I really enjoyed Undertale.
Bless you.
It was all over me. Thank you for that. I really liked Undertale. Undertale was another game that I kind of thought I wouldn't mind playing this. And there aren't a whole lot of games that he's streamed or done videos on that I really feel a pull to. Like, there's not a whole lot of games, period, out there that I really feel a pull to. But I really particularly liked the fighting, the fights in Undertale. I remember they were kind of odd, the way that you would fight with them. It wasn't your typical fight. And that appealed to me, and I really liked the music in Undertale. I enjoyed hearing it. And I couldn't watch the whole thing, but I did have the streams playing the whole time. I was in another room and stuff, obviously, when he was doing it, and Finn was kind of underfoot, and I think Leo was just a baby, right? I don't even think Leo was walking or anything yet. But I did have the stream playing the whole time, and I really enjoyed the music, so... yeah, I think that's it. Do you want to go back in the crib? Because you're not sitting very nicely. What do you want to do?
Your Sans fight was pretty great. 13 tries, if I remember correctly. You were so close to giving it up for the... I think it was more than 13 tries, wasn't it?
There's a lot of energy about it, too.
That was fun.
The Undertale streams. There's
that
a lot of,
my favorite stream of
me
it.
holding my breath through the whole thing. Thanks for answering. Hope you have a good Christmas. You too, Lord Zarkon. Sorry I can't say more about it, but I kind of feel like I don't have anything else really to... There's no point in going on for nothing, you know what I mean?
Who is it that's hitting me? Is it Mega Dewey? I don't think so.
What are you doing?
Have you
doing sit-ups?
Have you unironically enjoyed any of the Wii games you played? Danganronpa for sure. Yeah, I enjoyed that unironically. Persona 5, if that counts as a Weeb game. Star Wars Jedi Order, if that counts as a Weeb game. Code Vein, yeah, I enjoyed Code Vein. Yeah, there's been plenty of games. I feel like I would struggle to think of more than, a considerable list of games that we streamed that I would say I didn't enjoy that. Even games that we only played for one time, like Below. I would go back and play Below again and see what it was all about. I feel like I didn't give it a fair chance. Hello Neighbor, obviously, no, that can fuck off. Yeah, I would struggle. Like I can use I know I have a reputation for being cynical and very down about a lot of games, but that's just because the videos focus on, hey, how could we do this better? I feel like I enjoy almost every game that I play, and I can see the best in it, and it's a lot more interesting for me to talk about how this could be done better rather than speak about, hey, this was already done as well as it could be, you know? Like, I always feel like there's room for improvement, and the medium should always be pushing forward. Do I think Sekiro deserved Game of the Year? Out of that list, yes. Out of all the games that released this year, it's between that and Baba Is You for me, and maybe Devil May Cry 5. I don't know. I feel like the environments in Devil May Cry 5 were a little too limited, and it was a bit too short, and the V section sucked. But I really liked Nero, and I really liked Dante. But at the same time, and I'm speaking... Sorry, Devil May Cry fans. Like, I don't mean this as like criticism that should be engraved on a fucking statue or whatever. Nero's moveset was very similar to the moveset from Devil May Cry 4. Dante's moveset was very similar to the moveset from Devil May Cry 4. I feel like there wasn't really that big of a push forward for new things, so maybe it was supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a return to form. Here we go, we're back with just a really solid game that doesn't try too hard to break out of the mold. You know, the boss fights are pretty good, but I just feel like Devil May Cry 5 was just a little too samey, even though I enjoyed it quite a bit. I would say that's where my criticism starts. But Sekiro kind of the same way too. Sekiro is a little too samey. Has it been you that's been hitting me?
Finn's asleep.
Yeah, he's been asleep for a while.
I was scared to look.
Yeah, DMC5 was like 80% fan service and the opportunity to finish Devil May Cry DMC4. Yeah, that's actually a really good way of putting it. It does feel like it was finally finishing DMC4. Yeah. I know it's a different setting, everything, and they did do a time jump, but it actually really does feel like that. It feels like the other half of DMC4. Huh. I like that. I'll steal that and say that I said that. Look for that in the video, and you can put it in a comment. He didn't think of this. I said this on that stream. Here's proof. And then there'll be YouTuber drama, and I'll be like, no, I just forgot. I just forgot that someone said that to me.
An idea I have for something that I think takes advantage of VR is a game that takes place in a room-sized space that is the size of a room scale. You have a puzzle to complete. The game has a hoop object that links you to two other rooms of same size but have other things in them. You can reach through the hoop to the other rooms or let your perspective through it to transport completely between rooms. The idea is to stay in room scale only.
You mean like a portal, like the hoop size portal that can take you to a different version, like a light side and a dark side version of the room, kind of like that? I think that's an interesting idea. That's sort of like the escape room kind of idea too, right? Like you're in just a room. Yeah, I think that's going to be too limited for VR games to always be based in rooms. But right now, I think that would be a good place to start. Yeah. I think that would be pretty cool. I wonder if there would be a good way. Maybe there's already a game that's already solved this problem. Maybe Boneworks does it. I don't know, that you can move within a room, and for when you get to the next room, it kind of shifts your perspective, so you can then walk back into the same size room in the other way, and you're not going to be losing. You don't have to hit a wall or whatever. But then all the rooms are going to be the same kind of size. But maybe that's another limitation of it right now too. I don't know. Maybe in the future, like I'm sure. Most technology when it has first come out has been prohibitively expensive, and even in terms of space, like the first TVs were gigantic, like holy fuck, you know. Monitors used to be huge too, and when we look at our desk space now in any room that becomes an office, you know, like we've had to put reserve a lot of space to have the desk, the computer, the monitor, the everything to do with it, the chair. I'm curious if maybe in the future, like in 10 20 years, maybe even a little longer than that, I wonder if like VR like rooms are going to be a thing, or even like just a small treadmill capsule for it. I wonder. I'd be curious, because I think that's the future. I think VR. I like VR when inspires me when I'm in it. Like when I was playing Skyrim VR, I was inspired to walk around, and I don't mean like hold on left stick. I wanted to walk. I wanted to be the one moving from space to space. So I think that's the logical conclusion to it, but I just don't know if it's feasible. Maybe. I really want to do that. Anyway, let's go to the next person on the list. Thank you for the nice words you just said. Thank you for the nice words about the video and the stream.
Oh, yeah.
It's from Lucid.
What did I say? Quick, think about it.
Leon himself. Leon Lover himself. Leon Lover 69. That's Lucid's real name. Thank you, Chumby, for the new sub prime. Welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to Pout Patrol / the One Trip Troop. Thank you, Chumby. Sorry it took me a little while to say that we were answering questions. Joe, it's important. What's important? Can you follow me for like 2 minutes? Yeah, sure, I'll follow you. Wherever you go, I'll follow you. While Lily reads out the question. Go for it.
Hey there, Lily and Male Lily. So glad us Twitch scrubs can ask questions now. Hope it hasn't added too much work to these Q&As. First question is for Joey Boy. Where do you think the line is between inspiration and a ripoff? I'd love to see the setting and concept of Danganronpa redone with better writing and planning, but I feel like the things that made Danganronpa such a cool idea in the first place are so specific that if someone were to make their own version, it would get labeled as a copycat and not taken as seriously. So how much do you think someone can take from another idea before it just becomes stealing? It's okay, glad to finally be able to catch streams thanks to my new night shift job. Good luck with that, Chumpy.
Oh, where's this going, Mega Dewey? Where's this going? Okay, so I think this is fairly common knowledge that Shakespeare stole everything, right? From other playwrights at the time. Like Shakespeare's thing was that he would find a play that he would enjoy enough, and then he would just
regurgitate it?
Yeah, and improve it and make it his own. That's and he would just make it his own and improve on it. And I kind of feel like Blizzard's kind of done that with gameplay in the past too. They've just taken ideas that they're not original at all, and they just do their own thing with it, and they're quite successful with it. So I would say that like if it's good enough for Shakespeare, it's good enough for you, right? I feel like it, as long as you're not just outright saying the like using the same literal thing. Like if you were to make a Danganronpa game and you literally called it Danganronpa, and like at that point it's copyright infringement, obviously, but I think that's how like copyright infringement is when it's too far. And anyone who gets upset with you, like, oh, you're copying this thing and you're copying it too closely, they just need to grow up, to be honest. Like there's that whole line about how I think it's for poets, isn't it? Like amateur poets borrow, mature poets steal. I think it is poetry. I think it's poets, and that's it. Like, you see a good idea, take it, you go for it, you make it your own. It's fine. Like you might get some pushback, you might get some blowback from it, but no, fuck it, just do it. Like it's no problem as long as you're not infringing copyright. Then yeah, if you want to make a better Danganronpa game and it's literally about people in a school with the same kind of ultimate abilities, and there's a fucking like mascot that's a moose instead of a bear, and it's based in Canada, and there's a lot of Tim Hortons jokes, and go for it. Like it's fine. This is really specific, huh? Like go for it. Like, and as long as you're not infringing copyright, who gives a fuck? If it's better, it's better. Let's just do it. Like I really feel like it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Like obviously you are going to get some pushback, but yeah, if you can make it more of your own, then go for it, for sure. Like if you're copying it because okay, so that's the other side. If you're copying it because you're an idiot, then okay, then that's bad. Make your own thing. But if you're copying it because you think that you could do it way better, and you're really, really inspired, and you think that there's real potential in there, and you're like masterfully crafting this new version of it, okay, that's different than I want to make another Danganronpa game. You know what I mean? Like it's different, right? So I feel like just go for it.
I'm reading Hell House, like I said before, and I read The Haunting of Hell House before, and that book was written about 10 years earlier than Hell House was. And they both kind of contain, like, it's a house that's reputed to, have essentially be haunted, and people are going there, and the house is kind of alive, and blah, 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 blah. And they're not necessarily the same. Like, they started off the same. I started reading this book, and I'm like, oh, this is kind of maybe a Hill House ripoff. And they've taken that kind of idea and they've gone somewhere else with it now, from what I've read. So it's not just the regurgitated story of The Haunting of Hill House. So it's very possible. And this was, I think I read that this guy wrote like I Am Legend or something. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, he
of the
did.
author.
Yeah, he
so
wrote I Am Legend.
He's like he's a reputable author, and this book is supposed to be, very well received and everything from what I had read about it. It's not just some like no name book, right? Like, I'm not explaining this very well, but you know what I mean. I think like they started off the same idea. It could have easily just been the same story again, but it's not. So if you see something about a story that you like and you think you can do it better, or you think it could have been done a different way, Danganronpa, you could take the core of Danganronpa or an aspect of Danganronpa, a character of Danganronpa, and you could twist it and have it done differently. It doesn't have to be the exact same story, right? Like, you can do other things with this, with a certain idea. They don't have to be the same thing. And then you've made it your own, and no one can say shit. Because how many books are like dealing with a haunted house, and people go there thinking that they're going to be the one to prove or disprove, and it goes to shit, and oh, shocker, like how many times has that been done? And yet people continue to do it, and it does well. So why can't you have something Danganronpa-esque,
I feel like the older the thing you're copying is, the more shameless you can be about it too. I have a series, a sci-fi series called that's about a bounty hunter, and it's a series of novellas and short stories. Although some of them end up being novels. And there's I looked at them as seasons of a show more than a series of books, but I called them series just to make it a little more palatable to readers. And there's 3 series, and there's meant to be 5 in total. And one of the books was supposed to be like Murder on the Interstellar Express instead of Murder on the Orient Express, like just a parody on Agatha Christie, that sort of thing. So I feel like the older the thing you're copying is, the more shameful you can be about it. Danganronpa kind of copies And Then There Were None. It has a mastermind. It's the same kind of situation. They're stuck in a place. I even think there's a reference to And Then There Were None. And Then There Were None didn't have that name when it first came out, though, so be careful when you Google that. Before that, it was called 10 Little Indians, and before that, it was called 10 Little N-words. So yeah, that's a product of the time. But yeah, Danganronpa isn't even wholly original. I think you would find very you would be hard pressed to find anything that's wholly original. I disagree with the fact that everything is derivative. I actually do think that there is a way that you can have an original idea when it comes to fiction. I don't think you can imagine a new color is usually the one that they go for. It's like, hey, you can't imagine anything new. Okay, yeah, I can. It's okay, imagine a new color for me. It's like, okay, well, actually, I can't do that. But when it comes to fiction, I think you could think of something new. I think it's possible to think of something new.
But again, you can take something that's of a certain genre, and like, I have the Hellingsford Murders that I wrote, and it's about a family that comes together when there's a murder, and they kind of get stuck together in the same house, and who's the killer? We don't know, and who's going to be picked off next is the core of that book. And that idea came from my favorite movie, The Big Chill, where their friend kills themselves, and they all reunite for the funeral, and there's all these like unresolved issues from when they were together the last time. It's not a murder mystery. It has nothing to do with murder. It's like just purely relationships, and that, it's a dark comedy about the fact that their friend has just killed themselves. But I totally stole that idea and just changed it to how I wanted it to be. I thought it would be cool if there was a murder instead of a suicide, and I ran with it. And instead of them being friends, they were related, so why not? Why can't you take something that you see and just switch it?
Are you guys having like dueling shafts over here? Like, who can build the bigger shaft? The OG shaft and then this shaft over here. Top Lolly was here. Top Lolly was here. I'm a lolly. Oh, is this the highest place on the server? No wonder Top Lolly was here. Diamond Ho. Oh, damn, you're mine now. Oh, no, I have Diamond Ho-chan. Never mind. Diamond Ho. Yeah, I feel like you like don't really worry about it. I think that anyone who gets annoyed by that is just kind of being immature, I think.
I heard a great piece of writing advice that I can't remember who said it, maybe Brandon Sanderson, but how the way to come up with something original is to get 5 stories that already happen and take bits from each. I completely agree with that, actually. That's kind of what I do. I'll take something I saw from a movie, there'll be a line from a song, there'll be a book I read, I really liked how they wrote that. And you just kind of take bits and pieces until you come up with your own platter, if you will.
You got my hopes up for a DMC5 video now while I go to sleep smiling? No, I'm sorry. No, I highly doubt there's ever going to be a DMC5 video. I'll never say never, but I don't think so. I think I'll leave that to more invested fans in the series to make videos on that. Like, I do enjoy those games, and at a time, I'm pretty sure when DMC first came out, it might have been like one of my favorite games. Maybe even for a little while there, it was my favorite game. I was completely in love with it. But it's not that high on my list anymore, unfortunately. Like, I still do really enjoy them, but the way that they test you at high level complexity in those games leaves a lot to be desired for me. It does test you, don't get me wrong, just not in the way that I enjoy. Going for the most stylish combos and chaining those moves together. I could do that for a while, but not for as long as some of the people that play that game almost exclusively. It's not for me. The most popular game I've made started out as a literal 1-to-1 copy of another game, but over time it ended up being different enough that playing one doesn't ruin playing the other, and the creator of the copy game ended up publicly endorsing it. That's cool. I think that a good way of making a game, like if you find inspiration hard, or if you're inspired, like it's original inspiration hard, or if you're inspired greatly by other games, and you think that, okay, well, I can't get this out of my head that I really want to make a Metroid game, like, and the reason why I'm saying Metroid game is because of another Metroid 2 remake. I think the best way to do that, and I really wish that guy had done it because he would have made money off of his idea instead, is to just make that game, just make it a copy of the game series that you like, and then at the end just fucking change all the art and the name of it, like do placeholder shit at the beginning and then just change it. Like the design and all the rest of the stuff is going to be the really, really hard part. And I'm pretty sure that like the way, even like a Metroid 2 remake, you could just change only a little of it. The main character would be the big one that you would have to change, and then just make it your own thing at the end, and then go for it, and then you can sell it. It's a full game, and then maybe you can have like oh no, someone made a fan patch that turns it into being Samus. Oh no, well, I can't control that, guys. Whoops. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, oh shit, now you can play it as Metroid. Ha ha ha. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels kind of dumb that there's games that have so much effort and work and actually, like expertise that go into them, and they can't make any money on them because it was based on another property. You should see Knives Out, which is a fun murder mystery that came out recently. Don't look up who wrote and directed it, though. You may have a bias when you find. No, I already know who wrote and directed it. I'm okay with that. I don't like, just because I didn't like The Last Jedi doesn't mean I'm gonna dislike everything else that guy made. Rian Johnson also did Looper, right? And Looper was okay. It was an okay movie. I enjoyed it, but I didn't love it. But yeah, I have no bias about that. I'm cool with that. Okay. Did Luce have another question?
Pour moi. Second question is for Lily. What's your favorite mystery in any piece of media? Doesn't have to be a novel.
Sorry, someone chat. Have you seen Brick? It's definitely his best movie. He made Brick. I have seen Brick. How many people right now are like, what the fuck, Joe saw Brick? Yeah, I've seen Brick. Brick was actually pretty good. I remember Brick. That was cool. That had Joseph Gordon-Levitt in it too. But yeah, Brick was good. Out of the movies I've seen of his, I would say Brick is the best too. Yeah, Brick was weird. Brick was really good. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, Lucid.
I put a lot of thought into this one. I've been preparing for it for many weeks now, to the point that it took us so long to get through these questions that I actually reread the book to make sure that I actually still felt that way about it. And I was done a few weeks ago, so there you go. This was a tough one because you said mystery, you didn't specify murder mystery, and you said any piece of media, so I had to kind of go through and think about, movies I've seen and TV shows I've seen, and I'm kind of tied for two. And one is a book and one is a TV show, and I don't know which one. I feel like on one hand, one grabbed me in a way that I wasn't expecting, and I didn't see it coming at all. The ending, like the resolution of it. But the other one, I was way more invested in the characters, and that really did it for me too. So I'm gonna say some spoilers. I won't spoil the ending. I won't tell you who did it, but the first one I will talk about is Dark Places, which I mentioned earlier that I just reread by Gillian Flynn, who wrote Gone Girl and Sharp Objects. Dark Places is, I think they made it into a movie, but it didn't do very well. I've read the book, and it was her second book that she wrote. It was before Gone Girl. And it follows a girl named Libby, who was 7 years old when her family was slaughtered. She was hiding and she survived, but her mother and two of her sisters were killed. And her brother was arrested at the time. And it was during the 80s when everything was very like a satanic, people were scared. Everything was satanic at the time. There was this big...
D&D, Satan's game. That's what they used to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, video Dungeons and Dragons.
There was this big emphasis on everything was satanic, and they really labeled him, and it was like, it was just open and shut. She at the time gave testimony and everything that she was really coached on and everything, and she was part of the reason that he was put away. But as she's gotten older now, she's somewhat doubted what she had said, and because she didn't really see what happened, she heard his voice, and she knew he was home, and so all these little things kind of mounting as to her brother's been in prison for like 20 years now. Did he or did he not kill their family, and why would he have done it if he did it? And all the little events that build up to it. So you're seeing her in the present day, and she sells her mementos and stuff from her childhood.
This is the best part of this. I haven't read this book, but you told me about this.
Yeah, I told you about that, so I don't want to spoil it, especially because I want you to read it. I don't want to wreck it because you're sitting right here. She sells mementos, so any little notes that her sister might have written to her, or it's been a highly publicized. It's kind of Lizzie Borden, it's at that level of, Lizzie Borden took her axe and gave her father 20 whacks or whatever, and like so on and so forth, that kind of thing. They have like nursery rhymes about it, like what happened to them. So she goes and she meets this group of people who are willing to finance her looking into the case because they feel she will get more information out of the key players than any of them would. And they're obsessed with it, and they are like on a whole trip to free her brother, and she's not sure how she feels about it because she's not sure if he actually did it or not anymore. And she's willing to accept money in order to do this. So that is like why, in her case, things kind of get reopened, and she starts asking questions, and she's going along and trying to solve. And it's jumping back to the day that they were murdered. You have like the whole 24-hour period from different perspectives. And so you're seeing in the present day what's happening, and you're seeing back then what was happening. And when I reread it recently, I saw that there were some clues that were dropped, but the first time I read it, I missed them. And it just blew me away when I realized what had happened at the end. And it's definitely, if you like mysteries and you're okay with it's a little bit gory. If you're okay with like minor gore, like her mother's head is kind of blown off, and she talks about that, and she's just a little kid, when she finds them. And so if you're okay with that, then it's a really good book. And so that would be my favorite mystery, I think, as a book, as in that media. My second one, I mentioned this one to Joe when we were talking about it earlier. I mentioned I was going to talk about this book, but I didn't mention to him what the second one was. It's called Dark Places. It's by Gillian Flynn. And she calls it Dark Places because whenever she goes back there in her mind and she lets herself think about it, she calls it the dark place, and she won't let her mind go to the dark place. So that's where the title comes from. It's like a big warning bell for her. It's like to get away from it, get away from it, get away from it. Don't think about it. Don't remember it. She doesn't let herself go back there until now, when she's forcing herself to go back there because she needs the money, because her whole life has been ruined by this happening to her. The second best in any movie I've seen, in any TV show I've seen, any kind of film, would have to be I believe it was either the last episode of season 3 or it was the first episode of season 4, somewhere around there, and 6 Feet Under, the storyline with Lisa.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a mystery?
It's a mystery.
It's not a detective kind of
mystery. It's not like like a Murder on the Orient Express, kind of Poirot mystery, but it's a mystery.
That was fucked up.
Lucid didn't specify,
I still think about that. That was fucked up.
So you have the family runs a funeral home, and the oldest son is named Nate, and he has gotten his friend Maya, or not Maya, Lisa pregnant with Maya, and he winds up marrying her, and he's had a whole other storyline going prior to that. You kind of are surprised, I think, when he gets together and he marries Lisa, and they're not happy together, and they're having a lot of problems, and she's really getting to the point where, me watching it personally, I was like, oh my fucking god, you're obnoxious. Like, you kind of almost wanted her to go away, and then she's missing, and it's like, what happened
You
to
feel
her?
guilt. You're
What
like,
happened to
yeah.
her? She has a small little girl with him. You didn't want anything bad to happen to her. You just wanted her to kind of just go away a little bit. She was just kind of always nagging him, and it has a really shocking kind of end to what happens to her and how it happens, and it's like a fist in the stomach. I didn't see it coming at all. And then the aftermath of as he has to deal with what has happened to her is just, like I said, I think it was the first episode of the new season. It ended on like a cliffhanger almost, like as to what was going to happen, and it's not solved right away. There's like tension is building and building for a while before he realizes what actually has happened to her. But that was like one of the most, there's a few powerful, if you haven't seen 6 Feet Under, like the last episode, I cry every single time I watch it. Like, I bawl my eyes out like someone I know died. Like, it's like, it's so intense with Sia's music and everything there. But this episode was just like, when he has to deal with his wife's passing, and well, I just spoiled part of it. She dies, but I'm not going to tell you how she dies or why she dies or any of that. But he works at a funeral home, right? So that's kind of important to it, is that he has to deal with her on a personal level, and it's not just some random person that he doesn't know or doesn't have any connection to. And he kind of, I think, wanted her to be gone too. And so he has the same kind of guilt that you're feeling, that he's kind of dealing with too. And I think it's a lot more powerful because they have the funeral home, and they have to deal with all of that. And he's really torn between what the family wants and what she knew that she wanted to be done, when she dies. And he still has a little girl that reminds him every day of her. And the whole time you're just like, what the hell happened? She was here and then she's not here, and what happened to her? And yeah. And then when he finds out, that scene is really powerful too. So those are my two. Dark Places from Gillian Flynn, and 6 Feet Under, the storyline of what happens to Lisa, which is, I think, probably, it's either the best episode of the whole show in my opinion, or it's the second best if the finale is the best. I'm not sure. I think Lisa's storyline might be a little bit better than the whole conclusion, and then it kind of goes to shit a little bit, and then it gets better again. But I don't know, kind of know what happened in season 4, but if you can stick with it, then it does get good again.
Is that really the best mystery though? I think you forgot about Dre. Did you think about that?
I didn't think about him. I forgot about him.
Forgot about Dre.
Yeah. Don't tell him.
How did I fall through the world there, by the way, chat? Six Feet Under is really good. I agree with Lily. 6 Feet Under is one of the best shows ever. Wasky says, sorry for reposting. It's okay. It's possible to have campaigns where the players can't progress until they've reached a point. My current campaign, Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus, won't let the players get out of Baldur's Gate until they finish the main quest in Baldur's Gate. And before that, another campaign I ran, Waterdeep Dragon Heist, didn't have any support for letting the adventurers leave the city of Waterdeep at all. Both have set endings with different epilogues. Okay. I don't know enough about D&D to comment on that. Sorry. I'd like to try it out at some point. But yeah, I think you could find plot reasons to keep people in a certain place. Yeah.
Wikipedia Black. If you do check them out, come back and let me know what you think. See if you agree with me or if you don't.
How did you remove the bottom of the bedrock? Can you be Fred Flintstone and make some more? Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more, but some of them are quick. So let's keep on it. I think we can get done tonight. Go for it, Lily.
Dragon555 says, hey, thanks for opening the Q&As for Twitch subs. First, have lower completion times for games become a positive selling point for you? Whenever I see a game advertised as taking 100 hours to complete, all I hear is this game is bloated with bullshit you don't have time for.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In a similar vein, when a game doesn't let me pause, it can be really frustrating. Being able to pause Sekiro was fantastic.
Yeah, these are two. I'm a real stickler for the pause thing. I had an argument. It wasn't really. I wouldn't say it was an argument. There was, I can't remember who it was actually. It was a content creator I spoke to fairly early on into the channel, and it was something about how people who want a pause button in Dark Souls are just fucking scrubs. And I was like, or they're dads, you know. It's like fuck you, like your game, unless your game is an MMORPG and you're currently online or something. Like if you're on offline mode or anything like that, your game should have a fucking pause function, you know. Like I don't want to have to lose all this progress and lose all this time, you know. Just because your game didn't have a pause button because my kid decided to take a shit on the floor or whatever, or like it doesn't even have to be dads. It'd be like, you know, like, oh, like your dog needs to go out, or there's an emergency, or you know the mailman starts knocking on the door. Like it's indefensible to me, really. Like I can understand the point. I can understand this idea that okay, we want this to be like the seamless experience, and no matter what, you have no choice. You have to stick with it. You have to, once you start playing, you're committed. That's it. You're sucked in. I can understand that, but that just does not go well with reality. You know, the pause has to be there. Like the compromise I can see is that you can't pause in a boss fight. Like okay, like you prepare yourself when you're getting to the boss fight. You know, you can pause beforehand. You can go do your best to make sure everything's fine. Like it is possible that there's such a big emergency that you don't even have time to pause it. You're just running. You know what I mean? Like don't even you might instinctively hit the pause button maybe, but you don't even have time to think about it. Just go. So I feel like that's a good compromise. You know, you get into a boss fight, you can't pause it. You know, the same way that if you get invaded or if you're going into multiplayer, okay, you can't pause it. That's fine. That's how I go. Yeah, but I'm real stickler for that. If you can't pause the game, it's the same way as you can't skip cutscenes. I kind of feel like you should lose a whole point of your score if you can't have that basic fucking thing. It's like not, to me, it's like not having like a volume slider in your game. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? Same for not being able to pause cinematics. You know, you can't skip the cinematics, but also you can't pause in them either. Like let me at least pause. Like Star Wars did that at least, but you can't skip them. Oh, these are a different color. Yeah, but I really feel like these are basic requirements for games, and you should definitely have it. But yeah, not being able to skip it is really awful. Well, she's talking away, huh?
Yeah. Lucky I put her in there, at least she would be talking away in here.
Oh, Zorgrox is making spiral trees everywhere. I really like the spiral trees. You can't skip Far Cry 5 cutscenes, is that true? This map is blank. It's blank. What are we doing? As for games, yeah, I feel like a good sign that your game is full of superfluous crap is that you have playtime in like over, I would say, 30 hours. You know, like there are exceptions obviously, and there are certain games that should have a lot of kind of superfluous crap. I'll explain it in just a second. It's kind of like pushing the idea of what should be considered superfluous or not. But I think that the sweet spot for a game is about 20 hours. I think that's how it should be. Sometimes a game could be around 10 hours if it's very high focus on the action. Depends on how much variety is. Of course, there's not going to be any hard and fast rules. If a game has enough variety to justify that big long time, then it has enough variety to justify that big long time, of course. But yeah, if a game like touts that it has this much playtime, usually I'm like, okay, well, the combat system isn't going to be very refined. There's going to be a lot of crap. It's probably going to be turn-based, and I'm not even going to like it, even if it does have a lot of variety. You know, it's going to be full of gameplay sequences that were very, very easy to make, which means they're very repetitive. There's going to be a lot of walking around. Yeah, I take it as a big negative, which is weird because when I was a kid and I was younger, like having a game that lasts so long was a really good thing. I guess it just shows that when you have a lot of games available for you to play, that having this game that can last so long doesn't really matter. But back then I used to replay games over and over and over again too, you know? Like, sometimes after school I would go home and I would just look at my game collection. I'd be like, okay, what do I want to replay today? It was kind of like putting a movie on. Like, okay, let's play through Super Mario World again, or maybe there's some secret level in Super Mario World that I'm missing, or let's try and finally get one of those secret levels in Yoshi's Island done, or I know I feel like playing an RPG. I'm gonna play Final Fantasy 6 again, you know, and that's gonna be me for the next couple days trying to play through this game again. So I used to replay games a lot, and I don't really do that anymore. The only one is like the Souls games. Like I like replaying the Souls games because the gameplay is really really fun for me. I think Devil May Cry 5. I don't know why. I feel like Devil May Cry 5 definitely has a more complex in-depth system, but there's something about it that doesn't have that same kind of appeal to me. Like right now, if I was going to replay a game, I'd rather replay Sekiro again than Devil May Cry 5, which I'm surprised. Maybe it's because I have Sekiro on my mind after it won the GOTY. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But the one exception is RPGs, especially open world RPGs. If your game, well, it depends again. I feel like RPGs can get away with having a lot of extra playtime because a lot of it has to do with conversations, and you have a lot of. Am I just getting doused in Monster right now? If you have a lot of conversations, a lot of NPCs to talk to, a lot of stories that enrich that world. Witcher 1 does this really, really well. Witcher 2 does it a little worse. Witcher 3 doesn't do it all that well, actually. But there's a lot of conversations with NPCs that you can have, like the Interesting NPCs mod for Skyrim. That can add a lot of hours of playtime for you, and I feel like that's a good thing, and games games benefit from that quite a bit. So I think that's one of the exceptions. I think RPGs can get away with being longer games, somewhat for that reason, but their combat's usually bad, right? So yeah. 20 hours first playthrough. What? Did I just say for 20 hours?
No,
Maybe I misspoke, or
someone else said they did Dark Souls in 20 hours or something.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's not to me.
I think.
Sorry.
Unless I'm wrong, but
yeah, there are some times where I load up a game and I like if it's for a video, and I'm like, okay, well, I forgot how long this game is, and I go to how long to beat, and I look at the game time, and I'm like, oh man, you know, like I really wish this was shorter, and it was a much more lean experience, and it was better, just tighter, like, and other erotic descriptions. I really feel like too many games are too bloated, but it's hard to tell what's optional and what isn't. Just value for money, right? Like, look at Odyssey. Look how much filler Odyssey has. Did it really need that? I think it kind of did. I feel like it didn't have the imagination to support it, which is weird. It feels so rushed, and I think the game was done for over a year before it came out, right? Oh no, he's talking about Odyssey. Oh no. Did Persona 5 feel bloated to you? I thought the gameplay got so stale toward the end, but the story was enjoyable. I don't think the story of Persona 5 was bloated. I think the story for Persona 5 got uninspired toward the end, but I wouldn't call it bloated. I just think that they didn't really know what to do, but they weren't filling space. They just weren't filling the space well, but I don't think it was that long just for the sake of it. I think they did have an idea of this epic game that they wanted to make, but the combat did get stale. The combat, I was pretty bored of the combat pretty early on. I was happy that it was something that you could super effective your way through. I got pretty bored of that, but making the personas was fun. Did Dragon5 have had another question?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Yes, they did. It's a hard question.
Oh, I didn't read this question. Okay.
Second question is for both of you, because of course it is. What are your favorite and least favorite tropes in stories? For example, enemies becoming friends, or the cavalry coming when the heroes are almost beaten. And I do not know tropes very well, so I had to Google what are tropes, because I haven't heard about a trope since high school, which was a long time ago.
Yeah, to me a trope is a literary device.
Yeah, I know that much. But even in university, I don't remember it ever coming up in my English classes or anything.
But I don't know, do people not like the term literary device, so they turned it into tropes instead? Because I kind of feel like I wish gaming would do that for ludo narrative and ludum, everything to do with lewd, I really, or ludology, I really don't like those terms. I feel like you hear them and you're kind of like, wait, what's that about again? Like, what? Like, it makes me think of the Luddites, and it's just, I really don't like those terms. I would like new terms. Tropes are pretty good, though. I think trope is a lot better than literary device.
Oh, it's more fun to say. So anyway, I found a bunch of them that I like, allegory and irony and hyperbole, and a bunch of them that I was just kind of indifferent on, because they ask what are your favorite and your least favorite, and I kind of had no opinion on a lot of them. However, there was one that came up, or there was a few that came up, so I'll just say quickly, because I don't really feel like I can elaborate too much on this without putting my foot in it, because I don't know enough about it to actually really talk about it.
Okay.
So, Lady Chatterley's Lover came up as one.
What?
I don't know. This only came up once, so I don't know if this is actually a thing, but it came up, and it's supposed to be romantic pairs separated by social class, and they gave the example of Gatsby, The Great Gatsby, which I can see. So
1 second. Lady Chatterley's Lover. Trope.
So it was only on one list that I found.
Okay.
But I liked it well enough that I will include it. Just
Ladies Chatterley's Lover provides examples of the ass shove. Mellors gives an initially reluctant Connie one of these, although it's couched in such psychological language that the jury at the book's 1960 obscenity trial didn't realize it until the counsel of the prosecution pointed out to them. Blue Blood, the Chatterley family. What's an ass shove? Ass shove is... Quite simply, this trope covers the act of putting something into or pulling out of a character's rectum, or alternatively merely implying the act. What? It's literal?
What are you talking about? I'm talking about as a trope.
But apparently this isn't a trope. This just contains tropes. What was the trope for Lady Chatterley's Lover?
A romantic pair separated by social class.
I.e. Gatsby?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that just a reference to it?
I don't know. I didn't spend a whole lot of time on this. You caught me.
It's okay.
We
can go through it.
I did a little bit of fast research when I realized we were gonna get to it today, and I was like, oh shit, I don't remember any tropes. Another one was enemies becoming friends, which I have used in my own writing as people who hate each other have to work together because they have no other choice. So I personally like that one. There was a mention of atonement and redemption in as a trope, and I also like that one. And I recently actually wrote a scene in the book I'm writing now that had juxtaposition, which was comparing two things to bring out their differences. So
I don't think that's a trope. Well, it's a device, maybe.
Tropes and literary devices seem to kind of be the same thing when I was reading.
I don't even think that would count as a literary device. That's just a term, isn't it? Maybe I'm ignorant here. That's real. I feel like that's too basic for it to be a trope or a literary device. Maybe though. I like juxtaposition too. I like saying it too. It's a fun word.
It's a fun word to say.
Yeah, it's a fun word to say.
But yeah, so I used that one too without even knowing I was using it, just because that's how it happened. But the cavalry saves the day one is probably the only one that came up, and it was suggested that I don't really like. I find it kind of cheating.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, you're almost going to lose, but, it's almost going to shit, but, oh, last minute, let's save it. And I kind of feel like there are better ways to do that. So that's all I found. The rest of them, I didn't really have an opinion on either way, but I was getting a lot of differing opinions. I looked at 5 or 6 different websites, and they were all... Stuff was coming up that I've never heard of, and other ones were talking about stuff, like I said, that I thought was just a literary device, like irony and giving Shakespeare, as examples, and some of it I couldn't even follow where the trope was in the example, and I was just, I don't know. So you're welcome to take over this part now, because I don't know what I'm talking about apparently, so... I don't remember this from school. I remember the word, the terms, but I don't remember learning it. And I don't use it in any of my work.
Did you just miss the book that was on the screen there? Someone wrote a dirty song and put it in a book.
Oh, I missed it.
So we donated it to the Literary Classics Library so we didn't get banned on Twitch. So it's there. Good thing that you missed it. You're too pure for that sort of thing.
I'm totally pure.
Pure waifu.
Purist.
I don't like sundeers as a trope that was just on this list right now. I don't like sundeers. I kind of feel like it's really stupid. Tsunderes. Don't like it. Not at all. I really, really hate the why didn't you tell us this sooner? You never asked. I really, really hate that. That fucking makes my blood boil. I really hate the we're enemies, but only because we just won't have a 30-second conversation. That really bothers me too. I don't know a lot of tropes.
I don't know. I didn't even know that what you're saying was tropes.
They might not be actually, but I think they are.
Juxtaposition.
Trope is a very broad term. I think you can say anything as a trope. I don't know what I like. What's a trope that I like? Cavalry comes and saves the day. I don't like that either. But it depends on how it's done. If it's like hold out, hold the line, we're almost there, then yeah, like I can enjoy that. Is win the battle, lose in the cutscene a trope? Because I hate that. That's a really bad trope. Is there a lose the battle, win in the cutscene trope? I hate that one too. That's a bad trope.
Certain stories, does that count?
Games are stories. I think.
Yeah, but if it's in the cutscene, is that like? I guess that could be in the epilogue, right?
I like it when people are trapped in a place. If that's a trope, I like it when people are like confined and they have to get along. People that don't usually get along are forced to. I like it when characters. I don't like it in sitcoms, but I like it in stuff like bigger stories when two characters that usually wouldn't interact get stuck in a place together and have to work together for a while, or they're stuck on a journey. Kind of like Jaime Lannister and Brienne of Tarth. Is it Brienne of Tarth or is it just Brienne? Like that kind of thing. I like that. I like it when you get to contrast characters together that usually wouldn't interact. I like that. I don't like the wise old person trope. I think that's really overdone. I really don't like that. I hate the wise little shit kid. I hate that so much. There's that book, incredibly loud, incredibly close, or dangerously loud,
incredibly close.
That sort of thing. That character is just fucking insufferable to me, and I don't want to read that book for that reason. Like that whole kind of character can just fuck off. I hate that kind of character so much. In a bad way though, like I hate Joffrey in Game of Thrones, but you're supposed to hate him, so it's actually a really good thing. Like that's it done well. But that kind of character, I just hate it in a bad way. I really, really hate it. I hate the out of nowhere, here's a psychic to move the story along. I don't know what that trope is called. Just, hey, like it's done, but we have no idea how the characters work. Okay, here's a guy that has dream visions that's gonna tell you where to go next. All right, cool. Thank you, random person on a bus with dream visions that's gonna tell us what to do next. Thank you. We couldn't have progressed the story without you. I don't like that. Just repeating myself from the videos now, huh? I hate... do I hate it? Okay, I don't hate it. Shit, it's a guilty pleasure. I want to hate it, but I don't. I really like in fight scenes where it looks like someone's gonna win, and then it's like, now I leveled up and now we're gonna fight for real. I actually kind of really like that. I don't think I should, but I like that kind of interaction, or... I don't really like it when it's tuned into emotions. That kind of seems like a cop out. I always liked
when the nerdy girl got cool. So that's a trope, right?
Yeah, kind of. Like all she had to do was take off her glasses and put on makeup. Yeah, that kind of. I don't really like it that way.
As a fellow used to be a nerdy girl who took off her glasses, I always liked that one.
See, I didn't see that. You've always been gorgeous Lily Chan than me. More of the Princess Bride kind of way. Someone said Princess Bride in chat. Yeah, definitely more the way it works in Princess Bride than just I emotionally leveled up. But although some power up might work too, I don't know. I kind of like that, but I think it's a guilty pleasure. I don't think this is a trope. We're just complaining about writing now. I don't really like it when a story will not tell you what's going on until the very, very last page. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now everything snaps together. I feel very strongly that sort of revelation that happens, that a lot of writers put at the end of the stories now, should be the end.
I have one. It was all just a dream.
Yeah.
That one I don't like.
Is that a trope? That's a trope for sure.
That has to be one, right?
I think that kind of end reveal should be 3/4 of the way through the story, or 2/3.
It was cute in The Wizard of Oz, but other than that, it's not.
Was it a dream though, Wizard of Oz? Spoilers for Wizard of Oz, Lily.
Well,
spoilers.
I'm sorry if you haven't seen it in 84 years. No. Not 84 years. I can't do math.
What other tropes are here on TV Tropes?
80 years. 80 years. Then you should see it. Even if I spoil it, it's still worth it.
But you liked V3's ending? V3 doesn't do that, I don't think. Popular tropes. I don't know if this is a trope, but it can be done very poorly. But I like the mystery box. That's a literary device more than a trope. I like the mystery box. I like a chapter in one of my books that never got released, actually, that I really want to finish one day. Has a hook that a character is staying in a house that has a locked room, and they're not allowed to go into the locked room. And it's like, okay, well, what's in the locked room? That kind of very simple kind of like, okay, well, set up a very, very simple kind of like a modest mystery, and just kind of like pile on the intrigue and then have the reveal. But it actually has to have a reveal. I do enjoy that kind of thing. Have you seen your TV Tropes page? I have a TV Tropes page? What? I have a TV Tropes page. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I do have a TV Tropes page. April Fool's Day, Occam's Razor. In his Hello Neighbor stream, Anderson purposefully tried to break the first puzzle in the game by stacking objects up and climbing through a broken window rather than find a more natural way to get there. Turns out that's actually the solution. Fan nickname that makes me angry. The one with many of livestream uploads on a second channel follows format. I do that, yeah.
Thank you, Steadily Wolf, for making it.
Laughing at your own jokes. That's the best trope, for sure. This is really far away from story tropes now, though. What about the whole girl goes for the guy who is bad for her but ends up with the nerdy protagonist after a singular event trope? That's so specific. Pretty bad. I don't like that. I don't like that. Or the trash can was robbed. Oh, I'm sorry. Or I don't like the I've just realized now what's been in front of me all along. You know, not really a big fan of that. I kind of feel like that's maybe why I enjoyed Danganronpa, even though I'm not really aware of many, maybe like no more than a handful even of anime tropes, but just it had some story tropes in it that felt like just complete subversions of tropes. You know, maybe that's why I liked it. Like the opening of Danganronpa has that quite a bit. We ever played the 999 series? Sorry if this bothers you, but I wasn't able to watch your streams for more than a year, so I don't know what happened. Have a good night. It's okay. Yeah, we're probably gonna play 999 sometime in 2020 or 2021, depending on how long all the other stream commitments we have take. We're going to play Persona 3, 4, and then Royal. We're going to play David Cage games. We're going to play Yakuza 0. We're going to play The Outer Wilds. We're going to play Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. There's a lot of games that we have lined up, and 999 is one of them, but I don't know when we're going to do it. I think we'll probably play... Should we play Al Seminium Files before that or not? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like you should rewatch Konami's E3 2013 event. I don't know what that refers to, sorry. Isn't Bloodborne It Was All a Dream? No, I don't think so.
I can give you something worse. In films, there are certain practices that can be looked at as basic in the sense that they are just going through the motions of filmmaking. The worst one that I always notice for conversations, I can't read that.
Expository shot, second smaller expository shot, medium character 1, medium character 2, and then there's just reverse shot of close-ups that has maybe 1 or 2 shots somewhere in the middle when a character looks away. Has a feeling of big, smaller, same, smaller, same, etc. It takes out all creativity out of frame. And scene structure. Isn't that used a lot in TV? Because like TV is like a content mill, and I feel like it's acceptable in TV more than it is in movies. But I don't know enough about cinematography to properly comment on it. I'm too wary of talking about things I don't know. Maybe I should just talk and just be like, hey, I don't really know what I'm talking about here. We're actually going to answer. I feel like there's a lot of topics I'm just kind of like, yeah, I like, I don't want to talk about that because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Maybe I should just talk out of my ass. I don't know. Maybe I should. TV camera work is so garbage in the average shows. Yeah, it stuck out to me when I watched Hannibal and American Gods. Just like, wow, TVs can look like movies. Like, holy shit. Hannibal is so gorgeous. So gorgeous. Oh my god, Hannibal is so gorgeous. I'm talking about Mads Mikkelsen. No, the cinematography is such a gorgeous show. Talking out of one's ass does get the most views, guarantee, my dude. Okay, cool. That's why. Terrible streamer. That's why.
Anyway, sorry, Dragon, that I don't know anything about this.
It's okay.
And it's kind of sad because I was an English major, but I didn't get anything about this from that. It was just more.
It's about tropes.
Read the book, analyze what was happening in the author's life and in the historical context of the time, and how it relates and what did they mean and blah blah blah. And we didn't really talk about tropes. I don't remember anything about tropes. I remember like grade 10 English or something. We talked about them, and well, I've been out of high school for a while, so. But yeah, I did try to prepare, but I don't have much.
I think you have good examples. I think you know more literary devices than you do or terms than you know tropes.
No, but I only know them because I googled them. I don't remember them. I don't remember what they are.
Why can't I climb on a ladders out of water? Death of the author should be mandatory in middle high school. I disagree with Death of the author in a lot of ways, so I don't know if I agree with that. I feel like the idea of it should be mandatory for like those kind of classes, sure. Oh, we did it. Okay.
Now you guys had really good answers. Tropes are basically the puzzle pieces that make up every story.
What happened to this cow? Dinner bone.
I'm glad you got something out of it anyway. You could extract the
on the meat
the good
bone
from all of it.
I'm trying to think of any others I don't like. We go through a big trope list. I feel like it's because you don't really think about things much in tropes. You just think about it, or even literary devices. Like I remember one of the first literary devices that I ever encountered was a burning house or a house on fire, and you open a scene with a house in the background that's on fire, and it's supposed to be like people are talking in front of it. And it's like, okay, well, what's going on here? Why is the house on fire? Why are these people standing on top of it? Is anyone inside? Is there going to be like it's just like unraveling of how many questions there are and how many like how this just sparks a lot of thought in your head. And I was looking at that and I was kind of like, oh well, why do we need to call this a literary device? Why can't this just be just something that happens in a book, And I kind of think that was a wrong reaction. It's just a classification of it, but it sort of stuck with me. I didn't really explore them as much as I could have, I think.
I don't know. I don't really think about things in terms of like a breakdown like that. I think about
Whoa, you look giant for a second there.
Whether I'm enjoying it or whether I understand what's happening, what I want to know about it, but I don't really sit there and go, that's allegory or that's cavalry rushing in, or, I don't. Yeah. My mind doesn't go there.
Yeah, I don't really think of things like that in that way either. I can, but I try not to actually. I kind of feel like it takes the enjoyment away, like classifying everything in that way. It's like now everything has to work in that way too, and it makes everything so clinical, and I don't really like that. Yeah, I feel like you should, especially your first time through with something, you should just kind of like let it wash over you, and you shouldn't be like actively trying to analyze it in that way. I think some people get frustrated with me about that actually, that I don't do that. But I feel like that ruins the fun. I feel like you should just let the story just kind of like go over you, like water over a duck. What about immediate res? I think that I enjoy that, and you know, I've even used it a couple of times myself, and I think it's a really cool storytelling opening. But I feel like it's a cool kind of term that people just like to say a lot because they want to show off that they know what it is. And maybe I'm really off the mark there, but that's how I kind of feel about ludonarrative dissonance too. It's like, here we are, I get to say this word. Woo! Like, I think specifically on Reddit, whenever I see in medias res, there's always someone that's like, oh, by the way, if you don't know what that is, let me explain it to you real quick. You know, so that's not the term's fault, but it's kind of annoying. Whoa, what the fuck is this that you made in here? I selectively pick what works to decide if definitely an author view of. I try to combine my own with those of the author, but try not to get too literal, since there are works where the author is arguing something they technically aren't, but the implications of work are something completely different, i.e. the Fahrenheit 451, which everyone sees as against censorship, when Bradbury was more tackling the potential and anti-intellectualism in television. I don't think it's necessarily about anti-intellectual in television either, apart from what it is, apart from, you know, there's some obvious parts of that, but like, Fahrenheit 451 is also just about, like, this is a really loaded thing to say, so I don't want to get too much into it, but it's actually like a lot about not appealing to minorities, about in a way that you're forced to. Like, he has no problems with there being minority characters in books, or minority groups having their own stories or their own characters, anything like that, but he's really against this idea that you have to force representation into books, which is weird considering like that book is fairly old, but that's a hot topic right now, and he's really against that. Like, I don't think Fahrenheit 451 is about censorship, and I don't think it's fair that it was misconstrued, or not misconstrued, because you can get to that conclusion quite easily, but that it got turned into that, and you know, he had to have that frustrating idea where he had to put up with people saying, no, you don't understand your own book. Like, there was someone in chat the other night when I said, you know, a book that I wrote, Wizard and Dragon, is really a horror story, and there was someone in chat that was like, no, it's not, I've read it. I'm like, well, okay, if you didn't think it was, well, that's fine, but it is, you know what I mean? Like, it is to me, and I'm the one who read it, and I kind of feel like my word has a little bit more say, not a lot, but a little bit more say, because I do agree with the author in some ways, but you know, like, it is kind of frustrating to go through that. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Is Bradbury the one that was he came out as homophobic? No, that was Orson Scott Card, right? Orson Scott Card came out as homophobic. Bradbury turned out that he was a technophobe, right? Even though he was that him? Fuck. Yeah, Orson Scott Card was a homophobe. What was the controversy with Ray Bradbury? Maybe there wasn't any. Maybe I'm thinking something else. Card is also really racist. I don't know about that. I don't know. Like, I'm not disagreeing. I don't know. I don't know about that. I haven't heard anything about that, apart from some criticism about Obama. But yeah, I know he's homophobic. How is that still a thing, guys? Like, how are we still struggling with that? Iron. All right. Iron. All right. There's a book by who's it by? Iron by Soft Limp. Here we go. Iron from the Iron Golem Farm. Soft Limp. Damn, that's a weird story. Weird ending. What about general exposition as a trope? I feel like expository language has its place occasionally, but I'd almost always prefer to experience events myself rather than being told about them. That event some years ago. Remember that? Yeah. The idea is that if the part of your story isn't interesting enough to be stand on its own, then don't tell it. Tell the interesting part instead. I agree with that. I feel like fantasy writers especially don't understand that they can jump around and just show shit. Like fantasy writers are just so scared of just showing what's happening. Just like, okay, if you're gonna have two characters that are gonna be having a conversation about some important shit that happened a long time ago, just jump to a scene and have them do it. You know, like, you don't have to, like, oh, you sit around the campfire, let me tell you about the fucking demon lord fucking Taros who you know made the fucking 9 bracelets, and here we go. Like, I mean, like, I don't know what it is about fantasy writers. Maybe it's because they're just so like used to sucking off Tolkien and they just don't know any other way. But yeah, I feel like that's a problem that sci-fi writers don't really have. But there's all this setup and everything too, that everything has to be like saturated in history and everything. It's really annoying. But I agree. Expository writing is sometimes good. Like, I hate to say this because it's gonna make me sound like a pleb when it comes to video games, even more than I already am. I kind of don't mind how Kojima does it. I really don't. Like, this is criticism I'm hearing a lot more lately since Death Stranding came out. I didn't realize this was a big problem that people had with him. I actually don't mind it. I think that Kojima does it all right. You know, he has the big conversations and everything. I don't know, maybe if I went back and played Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3 again, it would really, really fucking annoy me. But I kind of feel like it's okay. Like, it could be done better in Death Stranding for sure, but in my memory, I think maybe Death Stranding is the best one that he did. I don't know when it comes to that. There's way worse. Like, I guess maybe the reason why I'm sticking on it is that there's a lot of better things to criticize about Kojima's writing than, oh no, he explains things for too long sometimes, you know? Like Die Hard, man. You know, I don't know. Anyway, let's move on to the next question. Sorry if I missed a comment there or something. Our chat is great for adding points to this sort of thing. I wish I could read out all the comments. We have a bunch of people in our community that are way more intelligent than I am. And I like that. It's good. Alright, so we have Nightingale, Top Lolly, Andres, and then Smell of the Rain, and then we're done. And 2 of these seem pretty short, right? Okay, so let's go on to Nightingale. But first of all, let me say thank you to Soul XO0 for the 2-month resub. I feel like I've been taking advantage of you guys only having been sub 2 months. I still remember your near stream, JPHF, but I really appreciate all your content, Joe. Thank you from the bottom of my achy breaky heart. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Soul XO0. I'll try not to break your heart, your achy breaky heart. Oh man, Firebug is Super Pig. Look at that.
Well, wow.
Super Pig.
Oh, look at the cape.
Thank you, Soul XO. 2 months in the Dragon's Den. Don't feel bad about that at all. Just a sub is so much more support than the vast majority of viewers ever give, and like there's no obligation to. Don't take it that way, but like just anything at any point ever, it really means a lot. So thank you so much. I think it's less than 1% of viewers on YouTube at least. I don't know about Twitch. I feel like for Twitch we're it's quite a lot actually. I don't know how many regulars we have on Twitch. Like, when we have a big event, we like last time we pushed over 2,000. I don't know how many stream viewers that we have that come by regularly. Not every single day, but like they stop by like once a week or once every 2 weeks. I think it might be around 3,000. So in terms of Twitch viewers, yeah, like I feel like Twitch viewers are a lot more likely to show some support. But I think maybe because it's like a one-on-one interaction. Oh, not one-on-one, you know what I mean? Like it's a direct interaction, whereas YouTube, it's like, hey, here's a video, watch it. Meanwhile, I'm asleep, you know what I mean? So maybe that's why. Thank you, SideTutor, for the 12-month resub. I made it. You made it to the 1 year club. Thank you very much, SideTutor. 1 year club. Is that passive aggression, Joe? I don't know. Was it passive aggressive? About like 1%? I hope so. I hope not. I hope it doesn't come across as passive aggressive, because I understand that's how it is. And like I said, like I don't think anyone owes me anything. Thank you, SideTutor, for the 1 year resub. Hope you like the chat icon. SideTutor. I like your name. Puddin, P-U-D-N, Puddin. Ooh, a nice breeze just came over here now. Went through the door.
Oh, I felt it too.
Yeah, it's hot in here, huh?
That's why I put her in the crib, because she was starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe one of the dogs broke a window. That's why the cold air's coming in.
Great.
Who knows? Thank you, Puddin, with for the 8-month resub with the message. Love you, Joe. 8 months in Puddin Patrol. Can we get a claw fist from Lily?
Claw fist.
Sorry.
I have to do some build up there.
Sorry, do I have to pay you royalties now that you're a voice actress? Now that you've narrated a video, right? You're professional.
I've been a professional editor all this time.
Put it on your resume.
I've just come out from behind the curtain.
Everyone loved your performance.
Did they?
Yeah, they think you're eerily good at it.
Oh, that's nice. It's all that time I spent in high school drama.
Trash Chan. Thank you, SZ or SZ Mon. Finn has me saying it's Z now. I think it should be Z, not Z. Thank you, SZ Mon, for the 2-month resub. 2 months in the Rub a Dub sub club. Thank you very much. In the Minecraft mansion. Ooh.
Oh, I like that. Or you could do the Minecraft Manor.
Oh, the Minecraft Manor. That's pretty good. There you go, guys. Build a mansion somewhere. I demand a mansion.
Make it witchy.
Thank you to Paj.
Yeah.
or Fapa or Fapa, or maybe it's silent. I don't know. Sorry that I'm saying your name wrong. Thank you for the new sub with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time.
There's already a mansion in the jungle.
Welcome to the pickle pile, pickle jar. I already have a mansion. Really? Where is it? Where is it in the jungle? Was I there earlier? And I forgot? Shit. I got it right the first time? Okay, cool. I'll try and remember. I mispronounced so many names. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's move on to the next question. I think we're going to be able to get done. We have 4 more.
It's covered in a fuck ton of torches. It should be easy to spot.
Let's fly.
That sounds witchy to me.
Let's fly through the profile picture. Oh, we turned around. There we go.
This game makes me nauseous. Sorry, I'm looking for the torches.
That's okay.
Nightingale says, hey. Thanks for doing those Q&A streams. First off, sorry if those questions have been asked and answered already, but I haven't heard you answering them yet. First question, what do you think of multiplayer games, both competitive such as League of Legends or StarCraft, and cooperative such as Warframe or Monster Hunter? Are they something you'd enjoy if you had time besides videos, streams, and everything else?
I love multiplayer games. I think that in a way they're the purest kind of games that there are. For a long time, games were meant to be played with other people, and you know, content in multiplayer games is different because the content, a lot of it comes from the other person, and the other person like learning and doing better than you, and then you learn from them and you do better than them, and you play off of each other, like literally. This is a very weeb mention, everybody. I remember this. Take a spot on my throne. I would wish I had more time to play games than get into another multiplayer game. The ones I've been into the most have been World of Warcraft, obviously. I talked about that probably too much on stream. I really enjoyed Halo Combat Evolved, the first one, when it came out on PC. I didn't play Halo 2 at all multiplayer. I only played Halo 2 the day before Halo 3 came out to rush through it so I could play Halo 3 on Xbox. Halo 3 multiplayer I played a little bit, but I wasn't really into it. Call of Duty Modern Warfare I played a little bit multiplayer, but I didn't really get into it. But the other ones were like StarCraft 2. I was really into StarCraft 2, Total Annihilation. But Combat Evolved is probably the biggest shooter. I used to play that a lot. And PlanetSide. I really like multiplayer games, but they're hard to do videos on, and almost all of my video game time goes towards the stuff that I'm making on videos. I think the multiplayer game that I played the most recently was Path of Exile, but even that is for a video eventually. I played Path of Exile not this season, obviously, and not the season before that, but the season before that. I played that for quite a bit, and I got to the end game, but I think I killed Shaper, but not Uber Shaper or something. And then I stopped playing. So I got through most of the map. I'm really interested to see what they're doing right now, actually, with the conquest of the Atlas, if it's a big enough change to dive back in, but I don't really have time. So by the time I do have time for it, I think most of the season is probably going to be over. So I'm not going to be able to get into that, which is a shame. So I hope the changes can persist until the next season, and I can enjoy it. We'll read that in just a second. I think that I'm going to be drifting away from that, though, even though I just said I wanted to get into more multiplayer games, but it depends on the game. Like, Path of Exile is a multiplayer game, but you can play it mostly by yourself and while you interact with other players. Monster Hunter World is the same kind of way from what I understand it. Like, you can play co-op for a lot of stuff, but you can also play it by yourself. There's no head-to-head in the kind of way that multiplayer shooters are and competitive multiplayer games are. But I feel like I'm going to have to... my time with those games is coming to a middle because I'm getting too old, and I'm not talking about reaction times. I actually think that in terms of reaction times, I don't know how. I think I'm better now than I was when I was younger. Maybe not when I was in my teens, but I feel like I'm pretty quick still. I'm not feeling my age in terms of reaction times right now. I think maybe in the next 10 years or so, it's going to get gradually worse until it gets rapidly worse. But it's about time. I don't have the time for it. In order to commit to it like you have to. And I'm not talking about work. I'm talking about like being a dad and it takes so much time to stay relevant and to stay competitive in those games in order to make it fun, you know. So I also feel like you have to really be there on the ground floor, or you have to go in when there's an expansion, so you're not just getting smoked by people who just sit around and play these kind of games over and over and over again. And I feel like a lot of these games, the skills are transferable at the moment, so maybe it'd be okay to get into them, but maybe I'm not. The familiarity isn't there for me. Like when I play GoldenEye and GoldenEye 64 with my friends on multiplayer, and Smash Bros, and then Combat Evolved, and then Total Annihilation later, and StarCraft. I had all the maps memorized. I knew where everything was on the maps. I knew where to go. I didn't have to like look at the map and consider my options for the first time whenever I was playing a game. It was like, okay, I know exactly where this is. I know what my options are right now. You know, like, and keeping that in my head all the time is like going to be really, really tough without putting all the hours in, you know. So I feel like I'm not going to be able to ever get to that level again unless I somehow have a lot of free time out of nowhere. Like maybe if I started streaming multiplayer games, and maybe then I could justify it and that could be fun. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't think that's what you guys want to watch me play as we play a multiplayer game. But you know what I mean. This isn't competitive unless I think that. If you're, I think you could probably pick one. Like I'm going to really be into MOBAs, and then I can switch between different MOBAs, and a lot of the skills are going to be transferable. I just need to put a lot of hours into memorizing the maps, and you know they don't release new maps all that much, so it's okay. The different champions would probably be tough to remember in all the different MOBAs. Or I'm just going to get into shooters. Okay, I can play PUBG, I can play Fortnite, I can play Call of Duty, I can move between these. I can play Apex, I can move between them pretty much interchangeably whenever I feel like it. But at that point, I feel like you're just going to get bored of doing the same thing over and over again. And I like to have different experiences in games. I know I feel like I play a lot of different genres, and I like that. I like that. But right now I'm more into single player games than anything. Now, there's a point I wanted to say that I've forgotten now about that. I played League of Legends quite a bit years ago, but not really all that seriously. Just with two friends of mine that wanted to play it. I played a AD carry, and I was pretty bad. Played Jinx and Ezreal, and a little bit of Graves. Back then, Graves was AD carry. I think he's a jungler now, isn't he? See, that would suck if your favorite character got moved into a different role. Like if I went back in, I wanted to get in League of Legends. I really like the gameplay of Jinx and Ezreal because I really like their ultimates. Like if they were suddenly in a different role, I'd be like, oh man, this sucks. Like, I don't want to. I want to play like how I used to play. Team Fortress 2 opinion. I didn't play Team Fortress 2 unless you mean Titanfall 2. In that case, I didn't play that either. Just a single player. It looked like fun though. You missed the chest with items for you in the jungle mansion. Did I? Okay, let me go see if I can find it. Jinx and Ezreal is still very much relevant in the AD role only. That's good, but I mean, like, what if Graves would still be my character? For like months, I played Graves almost exclusively, you know. So like going back into the game now and Graves isn't that anymore. Like I feel like I would be upset, you know. Where's this chest I keep hearing so much about? Is it upstairs? Am I being blind? Do you have a Swedish shield? That's cool. What are the hosting costs of the server? $100 a month. Right now it's $50 on the promotional rate for the first month, and then after that it goes up to $100 a month. I can up it to $200, but from what I can tell, the server isn't capped, so maybe it would still help. I don't know, but yeah, I'm not adverse to upping it if we need it. I left you a pearl, not mine though. Don't tell anyone. Please, no take. It would be unchad. Oh, shovel of chads, pickaxe of chads, axe of chads, ender pearl. Oh man, this is so good. But I'm not allowed to take it because isn't it? Please, no take. I don't want to be unchad. What the fuck? That's far too expensive for the points we're getting. Is it? Okay, maybe it's a bad host time. Maybe we should move on or something. Move over to something else. I have no idea what the reference point is. It's a sign, not a cop. Does Nightingale have a second question?
Second question: do you and Lily enjoy tabletop board games?
We do, but we don't play them because we fight. And after Lily put me in the hospital last time, just not worth it. No, we don't fight seriously, but we it does get a little bit heated because Lily is secretly really competitive. She's really fiercely competitive, and I like to build hotels, and she doesn't like it. So I was talking about Monopoly, but we don't really have anyone to play with, and so we joke. Like this question gets asked quite often actually.
We didn't fight when we played Clue.
Yeah, we didn't. That's true.
Maybe it's only Monopoly we can't play.
Maybe Monopoly's the one that's banned. We're board game normies though. But we joked that the reason why we had so many kids is so we would have people to play to play board games with. So we're looking forward to when the kids get old enough to play Clue and Monopoly with us. I think that's like probably another 3 years maybe for Finn before he can get it.
Yeah, we have to be able to.
Depending on the game, we need to play Settlers of Catan. I know nothing about it. I just keep hearing it everywhere, so maybe it's good.
What was that other one we played? Not that long ago.
With the cards?
I think there were cards. It was like
Guillotine.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, that was fun.
I like when we play cards, which is not the same thing, but the different times where we had no power and like we just like hang out and play cards. That was fun.
We have some more board games.
We don't usually play cards any other if we have power. But that was fun. Again, we don't have a whole lot of time for stuff like that.
I like to play some deck builders. I think those could be fun. And I don't know, there's probably a ton, like some really, really good board games that we never heard of that we'd really enjoy. I got a couple Christmases back, I got Lily a bunch of 2-player board games that we could play together. And then I just didn't have time to play with her. So they just sat in the box.
I got you puzzles that you never built.
Just didn't have time. But maybe one day.
Should just wrap them up and give them to each other this year. They'll be new again. I don't remember what's there.
So
I'm only half joking. I'm kind of serious.
The benefits of getting older are that you get to enjoy all the things you've already enjoyed before because you've forgotten them, right?
Yeah, but we haven't played them, so they're still new.
Yeah.
Like, they're probably still in the plastic wrap.
Anyway, let's read this and go on to the next question. Lily's fave song. Oh, God. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. All right, let's play the song.
Is that from Hot Fire? Because you went to that concert that
Probably, yeah. Let's play it for everyone. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Wow, it's the whole song.
Oh, I like that. Who did that?
I don't know who sent it to me or who threw it at me. Halt Fire.
Thank you, Hot Fire.
It's from Halt Fire.
See, he knows. He gets me, you know?
Have you seen When It's Time to Cut My Pizza? I use a plastic fork.
From you.
Suffocation, heavy breathing, don't give a fuck if it's carbs that I'm eating. I really like that. Oh.
Typed I'm crying 4 times instead of just using ×4. That's dedication.
It's dedication, it really is. Oh. Okay, next question. We have 3 more. I can taste the end, Lily. I can taste the end.
Top Lolly.
Top Lolly asks, what is Lily's best dad joke? Smiley face. Lily has had these written out for weeks.
Maybe even a month now.
So here we go. Here's Lily's best
Lolly
dad
here?
joke. Not on the server. I don't think Top Lolly's here.
They were here before. Maybe they left. Anyway, first I just have to say that it's inappropriate to make a dad joke if you're not a dad. It's a faux pas.
That.
It's a faux pas. But I have a few anyway. And you have to understand my sense of humor is the dumber the better, so it's very immature humor, so don't expect anything classy from this.
Lily, the thing that makes Lily laugh the most is people falling over. She like slapstick humor.
I feel like I'm going to laugh through these. How do you keep a straight face when you do?
It's practice. Years of study.
Cleansing breath. You're an American when you go into the bathroom. You're an American when you come out. But do you know what you are when you're in there? European.
Pretty good. I'm pretty sure it's in the dad joke book, actually. Pretty good.
The fattest knight at King Arthur's round table was Circumference. He acquired his size from too much pie.
That's good.
And finally, I think this one might actually be my absolute favorite. How do you make holy water? You boil the hell out of it.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Well done.
And yes, I went to Google and put in dad jokes and looked at a lot of dad jokes.
Well done.
Oh, Joe's feeling left out and jealous.
I'm feeling left out. A little boy comes running into the room shouting, "Grandpa, Grandpa, can you make a sound like a frog?" "I don't know why," his grandpa replies, "because Grandma says we can go to Disneyland as soon as you croak." Oh my god. Recently I was told that I'm colorblind. It came right out of the orange. That one's terrible. Some of these are too long.
I don't trust stairs. They're always up to something.
Two cows are standing in a field. One says to the other, "I got artificially inseminated today. 9 months from now, I'll have a calf." "I don't believe you," said the other cow. "Really? No bull." Are cows pregnant for 9 months as well?
Oh, I hope not for their sake.
Explain the orange right now. Fair. Because instead of saying out of the blue, they say out of the orange because they're colorblind. So it came right out of the orange. Oh my god, that was terrible. That was really bad. All right. Next question. So I think this is the last.
This is the last question.
Is it the last question?
Yeah, next one is shy.
Last one is shy. It's just okay. So this is the last question, and it's fitting considering what stream it is.
Smell of the rain. And it rained all day, actually. Good night, Joe and Lily. Joe, you think that games don't really explore the full potential of the medium in regards to storytelling, which I agree. However, you also don't really like the way Dark Souls do it. But isn't that one of the best examples of how a game can explore its narrative that can only be done in game format? It's on the hands of the player to find out about the world through their own means, be it from gathering information of the items, maybe, and NPCs, or taking notice of the environmental storytelling. In my experience, finding out about things this way first and then meeting those characters and getting to those places myself really enhances the experience. Why is it necessary for the information the player gathered to be a perfectly traditional narrative in order for the experience to be worthwhile, when in reality places like museums gather items from long ago, each carrying their own narratives of the culture, beliefs, political context, technology, and more? All of that is historical information that needs to be reconstructed and contextualized. Do you believe that counts as a narrative?
Yes. So the problem with so you're right that Dark Souls is a very good example of how storytelling in a video game can be done in a good way that utilizes the medium. You're also right that I don't think that many games have good stories. So the problem with Dark Souls isn't that the storytelling method is bad. It's that the storytelling itself is bad. That it uses a really good method that really gels well or has a good cohesion with games. But the problem is that it just isn't a good story. You know, like it's not interesting. It's not engaging. There's nothing really that's noteworthy about it. But your comparison to a museum is interesting. It's actually interesting because I used to have an argument about whether video games are art or not. Back when I wasn't sure if video games were art, my hypothetical was a museum. It was like, okay, well, there are items in a museum that are definitely art. The museum itself, like the building architecture, is art for sure, but is a guided tour art? And the analog being that video games obviously include art. They're like the models of NPCs and enemies are art. You know, the model that you play is art. Like it's sculpture, or it can be visual art, depending on the kind of art style of the game. But is the guided like tour, for lack of a better word, through the game, can that be art? But like I don't really think it's important. I think it's kind of a dumb question to even have anymore. Like video games are very, very clearly art. I get actually kind of annoyed when people have this conversation still, because it's like there's still this idea that some people hold that video games aren't worthy of being art yet, you know, like, and I can definitely agree that some games are bad art, but they're still art, you know, like it's not, it's kind of a waste of time, but here we are perpetuating that again. So yeah, my problem is that with Dark Souls. Oh, okay, so let's stick with your museum for a bit. So your museum analogy is pretty good, but I feel like if you were to, I feel like the museum gets a lot of gets a lot of mileage and a lot of worth out of this being stuff that actually happened, that it is a part of history, you know. Like I guess an art museum that has like new pieces would be different, but they don't really combine to make a cohesive narrative. So I don't really know about that. Like your analogy is basically saying that each individual piece of thing like of lore that you can find in Dark Souls, it can be its own kind of story. I don't really agree with that. It's just kind of like just little details. Like I feel like there's way more worth out of individual exhibit pieces in a museum than there is in just like this label that's stuck to a sword in Dark Souls. So I understand where you're coming from. I just don't think that it's a fair comparison. Yeah, I don't think so. So it's Hello Neighbor art. Yeah, Hello Neighbor's art. Yeah, for sure. But Danganronpa isn't. I feel that you could make a good narrative out of that system, like even okay, even if it wasn't a physical museum, even if it was like a VR museum, like or just, it doesn't have to be VR, just focus on VR because of the topic we were talking about earlier. Just like if there was a game that was set in the museum and you would walk around the museum just looking at exhibits, and you start to notice that there's a commonality between them that connects them. There's a narrative thread that you're noticing in a lot of descriptions of the exhibits that you can inspect the exhibits yourself. Maybe there's a gameplay mechanic that you can like dive into the exhibits and you know, like experience them firsthand, or you can like just inspect them much closer by becoming like a character within the exhibit that can just walk around. It's still just a static image or whatever, but like it's still something that you can go in. But that's making it a little too video gamey, but I think you get the point. I think that could work. I think that could be compelling. I think there could be a good story that comes from there. I think there could be a good museum that comes from there. I think you could even argue that that's what Obra Dinn is. So someone in chat just said it. I think you could argue that's what Obra Dinn is, except it's on a boat. So I think that it is possible to do that, although I think Obra Dinn is a lot, like there's no descriptions for you. Oh, there is some of them, but I feel like there's more descriptions in something like Dark Souls or in a typical museum exhibit. I think that it could work, but the reason why Dark Souls doesn't work is because it's too vague, and they're just making it up as they go along. And because there's nothing that really pulls it all together, and that Miyazaki-san has even said that he wanted it to be vague. He wanted this idea of playing Dark Souls to be like reading a book in another language that you don't really fully understand. That's the idea that he wanted to recreate. That's the atmosphere that he wanted. Just makes me think, okay, whatever, who cares? Like it's fine as atmosphere, it's fine as being in the background. Really, no one's gonna laugh at Miyazaki-san? Fucking hell. Oh, I give you gold, and it's just nothing, just falling on deaf ears. Anyway. or the worst thing is that they think that it's par for the course now, and they just expect me to say Miyazaki-san, and they don't think that it's a joke. Yeah, I just feel like there's just nothing to it, because it's just a bunch of stuff that's there to sound cool, and there's nothing there, you know. And anyone that likes to say, okay, well, it's reinforcing the details of the environments, I don't see it. I've watched a lot of lore videos, and I just don't see it. I see a lot of it being why the curtain's purple bullshit. I see it as a lot of being T-Rex Runner. It just isn't there for me. If you enjoy it, then by all means, I'm really happy that you enjoy it. Again, you're not wrong to do so. You don't have low standards even for doing it. It's just something I don't like. I like it to be grounded more, and it to be something that is more cohesive, instead of just, okay, what sounds cool, let's put it on there, you know, and then let's pick and choose what details we can read in the environment that support this weird no, I shouldn't say weird. That's got a negative connotation to it. Let's pick and choose examples out of the environment that work for the narrative that I want to build, and let's just ignore all the ones that don't support that, which there are way more than that. You can't really make a narrative in Dark Souls that I would say, I don't know, like I would say you would struggle to make half of it make sense from everything that you can pull in that game. You know, there's always going to be these huge holes there that I don't feel like should be there for that kind of story. But anyway, that's how I feel. So I definitely agree, though, that it is a good way of video game storytelling to work, for sure. It's just that it's just a bad example of it. So to get back to the art, bad art, it's still a story. It's a good idea, but it's just a bad story with a good method. And I like to see games do it more with more cohesive stories. I kind of feel like Hollow Knight's closer. I don't know. I feel like Hollow Knight does it a little better than Dark Souls. Am I off there? Does anyone else agree with me? Anyone want to contest that? Like, Hollow Knight does have the same problem, but I feel like Hollow Knight does it better. I don't know why. Like, I criticized this in the video because I wasn't sure, but I think if I took a deeper dive in Hollow Knight, I think it would make more sense than Dark Souls does, in terms of that storytelling method and how it works. Like, ever since I heard that Miyazaki said that in an interview, I was like, oh, okay, I don't need to think about this anymore. Like, this, it's done, you know? Like, this is, like, he's just 100% confirmed it, that this is what he wants to do. This is the idea he's doing. He's going for. It's vague. It's not meant to make sense. It's not meant to make sense on purpose, you know what I mean? Like, it's not even out of ignorance. It's that it's not meant to make sense, and that's it. It's like, okay, cool. So I appreciate that he's trying to evoke this kind of atmosphere and this feeling of reading a book in another language. That's great, but like, I don't have to like it, and I just really enjoy that the storytelling of Dark Souls gets out of the way, or stays out of the way. Where can I find the server information? I can give it to you right now, but however, we're going to be ending very soon. Anyway, I feel like I read this question earlier, and I got the Miyazaki-san joke all set up, which is why I'm so mad. But I feel like there's something else I wanted to say about it, but I'm forgetting it now. Oh, they're fighting. Let them fight. Which Skelly Bro is gonna win? So I hope that was okay, Smell of the Rain. Was there a part of the question I didn't answer properly? Why is it necessary the information to play together to be for the traditional narrative in order for the experience to be worthwhile? Yeah, it doesn't have to be that. No. I hope that people don't take my criticism of Dark Souls story to be that. Like, no, it doesn't have to be a traditional narrative. I am a very strong supporter of experimental narrative styles and everything. Very, very strong. In fact, my favorite kind of storytelling is non-linear. I really, really love non-linear storytelling. Like, it makes the penis the big penis to be immature about it. I really, really like non-linear storytelling. It's one of my favorite things to experience, and it's very hard to do, but I try to do it as well. I'm not that successful with it, but yeah. I kind of feel like my videos tend to be quite close to that, actually. They're fragmented on purpose, you know. They're supposed to flow very well, but any time that I can find a way to fragment the conveyance of ideas and then come back to it later, I try to do that. It's kind of like my own non-linear essay kind of thing, and some people really hate it. I'm out of fucking cape juice. That's why. Shit. I was like, why can't I fly? Did I like Arrival then? I did like Arrival, but I felt like, oh man, I felt like the ending didn't really make sense. I don't want to spoil it, so I won't say why, but like, at the end I was like, that was really cool, and I had a really cool build up and a really big wow moment, but at the end I was kind of like, that doesn't really, I don't think that makes sense, but I did enjoy it. I thought it was good. Do you think Dark Souls has a successful story, even if you think it's bad, since it achieves the effect of being vague and bewildering? I mean, in the way that, is it successful in what it set out to do? Sure, but I think that's a very limited sort. Like, seriously, this is so pretty. Whoever did this, I feel like that's quite a limited way of looking at art. That, okay, what's its intention? Okay, then Peter Griffin's making a self-portrait. I feel like that's a very limited way of looking at art, and it is definitely one of the ways you should look at it. I'm quite big on intentions, actually, despite saying this right now. I think the intentions matter a lot, but they're not the be-all end-all. So I think that it is a good thing, and it is successful if you want to look at it that way, but that's a little too limiting. But yeah, sure, yeah. I wonder what Miyazaki thinks about it. Like, is he happy that? I guess you have to be happy if people are engaging with your work enough to have all these different interpretations and everything. Like, why wouldn't you be happy? But I wonder if he looks at that and goes, yeah, that's great, but that's not the point. Or does he embrace it and is like, okay, cool, that's fun. You know, I wonder if he's amused by it. I wonder if he said that in an interview somewhere. I don't know. Maybe he's embraced it. That's the thing too. Like, I'm fairly certain that there are some authors that didn't mean for things to be in a certain way, and then some people come along and say, oh, this is clearly intentional, look at all this value I can get out of this thing, and then the author is like, yes, that is what I meant all along, strokey beard. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of feel like that has to happen. It has to happen, right? Like, for sure, I think it has to happen. Due to the nature of video games, you can't exactly have the museum and the art inside it without it also being a guided tour. I don't think the analogy quite works. What if video games are art or not? Yeah, it's not the best analogy. I don't bring it up anymore. Because it doesn't matter. It's like it's fine. Like, it's like video games are art for sure, and it's a fucking stupid argument. The argument that we should be having instead, if anyone wants to contest art, like this is my my knowledge bestowed upon you, you know. Check out the eagle on this guy right now. Here we go. Disciples. Whenever someone says in the future, video games are not art, say to them, but what is art? And then just watch them collapse into a black hole of bullshit, and then you're like, okay, cool. That's all you have to do. You're done.
I told you yet tonight. I know I told you this morning, but how brilliant you are.
What do you want? Do you want me to make you food after this? Like, what?
Actually, I'm hungry.
Someone said I had a book. I don't see it. Oh, ketchup.
I forget the word now. Fluxen, what's the word? Oh, that's Kate. That's not me. What's the word that you told me to say before that I forgot?
Is anime art? Anime's art, yeah, for sure. I don't see a book, chat. Sorry, some people were telling me to read a book in my inventory. We already read this one. Did I not pick it up?
Anyway, whatever masters. The anime term, I forgot it already.
I'm blind?
I'm not weeb enough.
Not a book, 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 book we already read, not a book, 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 not a book.
Senpai.
Art is a black hole of bullshit. Is that the answer? Have we cracked the code? Yeah. My friends and I have cracked the code. I didn't pick up the book that you gave me. Okay. That wasn't for you, Woskies. It was for someone that said I was being blind, and they probably meant it as a joke. And then you all have to listen to me rap. What about Sekiro Story? Sekiro Story is whoa. Sekiro Story is better, but I didn't really think it was all that great. Kate, do you mind? Do you mind? Whoa, okay. Oh shit.
Well said. Well said.
What was Notch thinking when he, like, it's a game about building structures out of blocks, and he put these enemies in that explode and ruin everything that you've built when they get close to you? What was he thinking? The evil genius. How cruel.
When I was like 7, I had chickenpox. I think it was chickenpox.
Okay.
And I was off school for a little bit.
All right.
And my friend at the time and her mother, who was like a single mom.
Okay.
And quite young.
Where's this going, Lily Chan?
They showed up at our house. And I don't remember if we were home or I think we came home and it was done. It had snowed like a lot, like, you know, when it used to actually snow here, like back in Toronto when we were kids and you could build a fort kind of snow. And they had written my name in the snow perfectly with like no footsteps going to it. It was just like my name was written in footprints perfectly.
Okay.
And I remember thinking that was like that was art. That was really cool. Like how they had done that. That was
No,
very
that's
creative.
not art.
But when I was 7, I thought that was art.
That's not art.
And someone
No.
just said you is pissing on this, and you're writing your name and whatever is, you know, is art, and that's what I thought of.
It is art, actually. I think it is.
It was really well done. Like
it's art, yeah.
I remember thinking when I was 7, like, wow, really blown away by that. They must have like. It must have snowed over it partly and covered their tracks, but like I don't know how they did it. Very well done. Oh, it's funny? It's funny? Oh, don't spit formula over yourself. It's not that funny.
Hey, you played Rain World? I think the lore is cool. I only played it a little bit. Oh, wow, you actually can go really, really high. Damn.
It's funny. It's funny. Something you want to say?
I'm surprised my YouTube career got off the ground with that opinion on Dark Souls' story in the first video. Oh no, we're on fire. We flew too close to the sun. Alright, we're good. Okay. I feel like there was something else I want to say about that smell of rain. Sorry. But I can't think of it right now. Maybe it'll come back to me later. When I'm trying to sleep and be like, fuck. You are still not forgiven, by the way. No, it's alright. It's okay. I'll eat it. It's fine. Can something be art without intention? For example, you drop something you didn't know was there. Experience transfer. I think so, yeah. I think so. And the last thing on Twitch, on Discord, is Shy saying, hi, this isn't really a question. It's a bit late, so I probably wasn't able to stop by, but hope you're having a nice night. Kate says, thank you, Shy. Thank you. Thank you. Puckered Starfish used 50 bits to say there's like a 4-step way to get into modded Minecraft. If you're interested, you can just click a few buttons and you are there. Would it require a lot of testing and like hours of iteration to make sure? Like I think the server's probably going to be fine. For now, I think it can last until the Witcher video is done, and then we'll talk about modding it or improving it in some way. But if anyone wants to link me some articles, I can do some reading. I think I have to reset the server though. I have to put it onto a different kind of server for it to be mods or to have plugins. I think the plugins say the server doesn't support plugins, so I'm gonna have to figure out a way to do that. Or doesn't support like just uploading it through their interface. Maybe you have to use FTP to get into it or something. Thank you, Star Luna. Star with 2 R's and then Luna with 2 A's. Star Luna for the new sub. Do you like Sailor Moon? Thank you very much, Star Luna. Welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to the Secret Weeaboo Society. And last on the list is Zorgrox with 100 bits. Thanks, Joe. I've been making a bunch of trees. I'm trying to make a giant radius around the starting zone so that it's hard to escape the spiral tree torches. Oh, nice. It's you, Zorgrox. I really like your trees. They look really nice. But please do not take my encouragement as like a sentence that you have to do it. It's okay. I don't want to force people into the Minecraft thing. Google the 1.12.2 pack has a 20 a month hosting solution for Minecraft. It's better than this. I'm starting to wonder if it would be just cheaper if I just set up a computer in the house somewhere and just that was the Minecraft server. I was talking to Nadia about that on Discord. I was like, it could be my Weeb ant farm. I'd really like that. And I think I get to transfer this world onto it, right? Now that I have a backup of it, I can put it anywhere. Your ISP would get mad. Nah, we're in fucking New Brunswick. They don't understand anything about this. Okay, so before we go, are there any questions that I missed repeatedly in chat tonight? And we'll answer them real quick. Hopefully not any in-depth questions because we're already an hour over and I'm dying in here. It's so hot. And is there anything in the server that anyone would like me to go look at real quick? Did you know the Diamond Sword Chan I gave you is a duplicate? Is there a true version of Diamond Sword Chan over or somewhere, Top Lolly? The diamond stuff lasts a long time. Surprised. Feed the Beast subreddit is a good resource. I think I've seen that before. Maybe. I don't know. Just wanted to say VR motion sickness gets better. Yeah, I hope so. I heard that too. I hope it gets better. Whoa, there's an inside to Morgana? Wait, who's blowing up Morgana?
Have you ever tried tacos? We've tried like store-bought amateur tacos. And I love them, but I would really like to go to like a Mexican restaurant or something sometime and actually have a proper taco, you know? An authentic taco, not just an old El Paso taco that I threw together myself.
What happened?
But I really do like them.
Oh, speaking of tacos, there's this really, really great cooking channel I found on YouTube recently. Okay, here we go.
Forget the long-winded intro.
Okay, his name is Internet Shaquille. All right, this guy has some of the best cooking tutorials. Like pretty to the point. Actually tells you what to do in terms of like sizings and shit instead of other people that don't do that. His potato thing was pretty good, and he has one on burritos and why restaurant burritos are better than homemade. Let me link the burrito one. Here you go. I really like this guy's videos. They're quite entertaining too. Nice burp, Lily.
Excuse me. Oh, that formula I just drank.
Find YSAC, the best cooking channel. YSAC. Yeah, it's pretty good. You suck at cooking? I'm okay at cooking.
Yeah, tacos, chili.
Is this like the how to basic of cooking?
Enchiladas. I like Mexican food. Guacamole.
Easy, cheesy, beefy lasagna.
Hungry. Could go for a taco right about now.
I'm hungry too. I have a poutine in the fridge.
No? You don't eat a lot of burritos here in Mexico? Interesting. Maybe that's more like... Is that like our take on like the chicken ball being Chinese food? Maybe it's not really an authentic thing.
Who blew up Morgana? Or was it an enemy that blew up Morgana? It looked like there was a creeper in there just exploding over and over and over again. Did it bug out? I'm sad that Morgana got blew up.
I really hated what they did with Igor at the end of P5.
Throughout the game, he seems like he actually genuinely likes you. And then, okay, so I don't want to read the rest of that because spoiler, but I don't know. I want to play it again before I comment on that. I don't really know. It was kind of weird.
You know chicken balls?
You should read this, Joe. Q&A is over. You done?
Chicken balls are like any Chinese food takeout kind of place. They've got chicken balls and sweet and sour sauce and fried rice and chow mein and all these things. And it's like how the Greeks have souvlaki, and I'm guessing like how we have like burritos and stuff, but not necessarily that anyone from these actual cultures actually eats them, because I know from like souvlaki, for example, my grandparents made all kinds of stuff, but they never once made me souvlaki, so I don't think it was a very big, really, Kate, Greek and actual Greek.
Wow,
dish.
I don't know if you guys heard if you were hearing the popping, but that was like baby Kate farting. The first fart on stream ever.
No, she did one earlier, but I
ignored it. Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go to the pickle Nagito thing to end the stream, and then we will. Wait, shit, where was it?
Go before she does something else. They're not a thing in the U.S. Really, they're so good. They're just chicken and batter, and a little ball. And they're deep fried. They're actually my favorite thing to order if we get Chinese food.
That looks so good. You never see it coming. Alright, so before we go, should we roll back the server, or was there very little damage? Like, Morgana seems to have been sabotaged in maybe a Minecraft server related feud between two people that would have happened anyway, but I think that there was no damage, right? Apart from that, I think we're good. I don't think we need to roll it back.
Kind of like that, Toast Engineer, but they're in like balls. Wasteland Wanderer, that's what I'm talking about. Me too.
Yeah, there's some people that built things not knowing about the rollback. I should have said that at the beginning. Sorry, we're not going to do a rollback. Don't worry.
I like orange chicken too.
But it was a possibility. If the server got a lot of new people in it that just blew up everything, we would have rolled it back, but it didn't. So don't worry. Whatever you built is going to be there. We're not rolling it back. Anyway, so here is the server once again, in case anyone wants to join it. Now that the oh shit, wrong one. All right, let me go find it.
Me, I'm good at cooking. Also, me, why is the soup burning? Yeah, I'm getting better, but I still have my moments. I started marinating, and I like to pour the marinade in with the meat when I put it in the oven, but then I learned the hard way that if I pour too much on top, then the outside burns because of all of the marinade probably, and the inside is raw, so then we get like crispy raw chicken.
Play the Rick Astley Ram Ranch video again? What? Who wrote that porn book? What's wrong with you?
Can make a mean bowl of cereal and Pop-Tart. That sounds good.
Do you remember when you were a kid and it was like Saturday morning and you got up before everyone else was and you had a bowl of cereal and you were like,
peace.
And then you ate it and then you were like, I'm going to have another bowl of cereal. And you went and had another bowl of cereal. Do you remember doing that?
Probably. Remember the cereal? I don't remember if I had seconds of it.
And there's like cereal, like milk in the bottom of it that you added to.
I don't do that. That's an abomination.
What was your favorite cereal when you were a kid?
I was a kid. When I was a kid, I always liked boring cereals like Cheerios and Corn Flakes, but I would put sugar on them so they were a little bit more fun. Oh my gosh, Kate.
Wow, that's the biggest fart you've ever done. How'd that come out of you?
But I love the oatmeal squares now. They're my favorite cereal to eat.
You gotta drink that post-Cocoa Puff milk. I never had Cocoa Puffs. I had Cocoa Pops.
My brother liked all that stuff, like Rice Krispies and Fruit Loops and stuff like that. My brother liked all the sugary stuff.
Let me tell you how asinine the British culture is. They won't fucking get off their asses to vote for this stupid Brexit thing, but when it comes to like Cocoa Pops renaming themselves to Choco Krispies, like fucking national outrage. Oh my god, what the fuck? Change it back. What the fuck is Choco Krispies? It's Cocoa Pops. Change it back. Change it back. Cocoa Pops was my favorite cereal in Britain, but over here I think it's probably Fruit Loops. I like Fruit Loops. I don't eat cereal anymore. It's been a long time since I had cereal.
I still do.
What's the name of the Tiger cereal one? Frosted Flakes. So many swears in front of the baby. You can swear in front of the baby. The baby doesn't know.
Baby just smiles at you with a huge gummy smile. She has no idea.
When they're this age, it's fine. Frosted Flakes in the U.S. Is it Frosties in Britain? Are they called Frosties?
Thinks, every time that I die and marry or whatever now.
Yeah.
And I'm trying so hard to be good and not to swear, but anything I say with emphasis now, he thinks is a bad word.
Oh, no.
So I said crap, and he thought that was bad, and then I said, oh, gosh, and he thought I got in trouble for saying gosh, too.
You got in trouble?
Yeah. Mommy.
Wow.
Don't say that.
The Brexit turnout was 72%. Was it really? Oh, my God. I thought, oh, shit. Okay, I'm speaking out of complete ignorance.
You're going to cut down on the swearing on stream when the kids are old enough to understand?
No.
Just tell them not to repeat it.
No.
Joe can't cut down. It's like, it's how he was raised. It's part of his identity. And he's a bad influence on me, so. I never used to really swear until we started going out.
Are there any particular regional dishes in your area that you're going to miss if you move? From Moncton, not really. From Canada, I really like poutine. I've mentioned that multiple times. Poutine is my favorite Canadian dish. The best poutines in Toronto were from a chain. It was New York Fries. New York Fries had the best poutine because they actually use like proper curds. Like a poutine with just cheese instead of curds isn't a poutine. It's cheese fries, and they can be fine, but it's not the same. But the gravy that New York Fries uses is really good. Or South Street and New York Fries are together, and South Street has actually really good burgers too. Like here in Moncton, there isn't really much around that we find that's really, really great. The French call it poutine instead of poutine. It's poutine. No, I don't use anything. Like
Nothing
I don't think does Canada really have its own dish?
Just poutine and maple syrup.
Poutine and maple syrup, and like Britain has fish and chips, and that's it, right? Like maybe bangers and mash, but that's it. And then it's just this.
Well, you guys, your pies are more like that, aren't they?
And it's just like this amalgamation of all these different cultures, which I like. I think that's good.
Canada is just, it's very international, and so you have stuff like your chicken balls and you're just kind of American Canadian kind of restaurants that are just kind of serve everything kind of thing. Like you get everything from chicken strips to pasta to sandwiches or whatever, right?
Can you please come to Russia and eat at poutine? No, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. That's one ass I won't eat. Le Poutine commencement at Drummondville is a Quebec meme? Okay. That sounds like Letterkenny speak to me. Morgana's loins are on fire. Yeah, they've been on fire for the whole stream. Anyway, I think that's it for us, guys. Thank you to NATO Dub for the 313 sub with the message sup. Just had a decent Q&A, I think. Not one of our worst ones, but decent. And now I'm gonna go eat something, and Lily's gonna eat something maybe, or go to bed, and hopefully the baby stops farting, but we'll see. And that's it for us. Okay, so I'll see you.
Check and make sure that's all it was, because I already changed her, and I don't want to have to change her again.
3 months in the Dragons Den, NATO Dub. Thank you very much. So back on Tuesday for Disco Elysium for a stream or 3. We'll see. And then we are going... I feel like that just messed up my FOV. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like my character is way closer now. Anyway, so that's it. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you for stopping by, and I don't know if we'll be on the Minecraft server again next week. Probably, I guess. Oh no,
we're skipping next week.
There is no Q&A next week. The prompt is gonna go up if you're a patron or a sub. You can look for it in Discord. I'm gonna open the prompt. I don't know, maybe tomorrow or the next day. We'll see. I'm probably gonna be up all night, so I might not have time to do it tomorrow, but we'll see. It's sometime soon, and I'll announce it on next stream when I do so, and they'll be up for a while. Yeah, I did mess up my FOV. So there we go. So we'll do that, and then we'll come back a week Saturday maybe for the next Q&A. We'll announce it ahead of time when we come back to it. So yeah. So just in case, have a Merry Christmas if we don't see you, and thank you for stopping by. Have a great rest of your weekend. Why am I bouncing around? Tuesday stream? Yeah, next stream is Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, and it's going to be Disco Elysium. So, see you guys later. Good night, server. See you guys later. See you, good night, Kate.